Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta wear those sunglasses at night, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. And why do we wear the sunglasses at night? Because we're in a damn freaking simulation. That's why. And this is to remind you, every time you see someone wearing sunglasses, well, I shouldn't say every time, I don't want to use absolutes, but when you see somebody in a movie wearing sunglasses at night, it should tell you that you're in a damn movie. You're in one. So this is my prop. Got the Ray-Bans on, polarization. I mean, there's a reason why Ray-Bans have polarized lenses. What does polarization mean? Polarized, positive and negative. That's how light is. Light is the electromagnetic wave, the pulse. I hope all of you have watched my Ride the Light Decoded. I hope all of you have watched that so far. Because that one really was an amazing decode, I thought, anyway. And a big shout out to Gemini, Nasuru Baruna. I hope I didn't butcher his name. I said that last night too. But he's a friend of mine on Facebook. He's an intelligent guy. He's into physics, electromagnetism, Ken Wheeler stuff, Santos Bonacci, et cetera, and the Taurus fields, all that stuff. And what makes up our reality? Well, it's light. Light. And without light, there's no movie. And without no movie, there's no you and I. There's no screenplay. There's no actors and actresses having to do anything. And there's light from the sun, and then there's light, like I have a box on right now. And that soft box is artificial light, yes, but it's still light. And without light at night, what are you going to do? You ain't doing much in the dark. So welcome out everybody to What's Your Question? This is number 50, cincuenta, I should say in Spanish. I'm a little pumped up tonight. Just got back from, big shout out to Santos and company and Crystal and Nick, and just got back. I got invited to this right here, Radiant Wellness Center, brand new wellness center here right in Puerto Morelos. And they had like a little grand opening ceremony. They got the Tesla coil. They got the med beds. I mean, they got all this advanced technology. And wouldn't you know it, tonight through the Western astrology, it's a new moon in the sign of Aquarius. Technology, baby. Advanced technology in the tropical, in the sidereal. It's going to be a little bit different. Well, maybe not. I don't have to look. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, kind of exciting. I went over there today. They got all these gadgets, man. You know, you lay in this med bed, and you got this Tesla coil, and they got crystals and stones, and pretty awesome. So big shout out to them. And it's freaking right here in Puerto, right where I live. So it's pretty awesome. So let me see if I can show all of you. Show you the coil here. It'll be on my phone, but at least you'll be able to kind of see it. Hang on. I took one photo. Where the hell is it? And then we're going to get into this hot and heavy. The heck is it? Hang on, folks. Hang on. There it is. Look how cool. It's a lady laying in the bed, man. And right there is the Tesla coil. You see that, the tower? You see that tower thing? That's the Tesla coil. And there she is laying, and there's this frame that goes over the bed. So this is what the age of Aquarius is all about, like healing rapidly. So it's pretty cool. And I got to be kind of a part of that. Pretty awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your question number 50? Could have been anywhere tonight. Showed up here. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your support, all you great subscribers, your great decoders. Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. Oh, I joined in a little bit for his weekly podcast. And yeah, it's going to be... It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a pod. Him and I are teaming up again on the 24th of this month. This Tuesday, I think, this Tuesday, right? The 24th, we're going to be teaming up. We're doing another podcast. Don't know what we're going to be talking about just yet, but him and I are joining forces again. So look forward to that this week. It will be out probably Tuesday night or Wednesday. Just depends on when we finish and what I got going on. So some big exciting things ahead. Big exciting things ahead for Jordan and I and my buddy Flock and a few other people in the decoding world. Really going to step it up. We have some really big things on the world stage coming out to all you great decoders to utilize in the decoding world, to become a better decoder, to decode yourself to the highest degree, to the deepest depths that you want to go down to figure out who you are and why you're here. So a lot of amazing things. Let me take these off because I get my eyes adjusted here. So today's card for January 21st is the Six of Diamonds card. And it's just so fascinating because this is how amazing, like these people, so the people that open up this wellness center, right? They opened it up today. I was talking to Nick today, Dr. Nick, and he's like, I was like, did they know it was a full moon in Aquarius? He's like, no. A new moon in Aquarius? Like, no. Right? They're just, and did they know the cards? Of course not. But of course, here's the card for today. And you know what it looks like in the tarot? Right here. Look at that. It's helping people. So this Radiant Wellness Center opening up here in Puerto Morelos has all these healing gadgets, the med bed and the Tesla coil, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the card right here of helping people. The Six of Pentacles. These people didn't even know that. So I'm saying, folks, we live in a predestined, scripted reality. When you start to see and pay attention to stuff, it makes it so easy to start to see how this reality works. Anyway, I'm going to be looking over here again because I have my message, the text from all you great decoders is okay. So let's get into this. Is Waters atheist? I don't know. I don't think so. I never asked him. Not sure. I doubt it though. I think he believes there's something. Six of Cups. No, Six of Cups is not today. Six of Diamonds is today. And the counterpart for the Six of Diamonds is one of the Jesus Christ cards, of course. This is the Nine of Clubs, card 22. So if the 22 is involved in your life, then this is going to be tied to your life. And I say, like, take your birthdays. Like if you're married or you have a partner, and let's say your birthday's on the 15th and theirs is on the 7th, and you take 15 and you add 7, it's going to give you 22. Well, this would be one of the cards that are directly linked to you and your significant other. You know, it's interesting because November 11th, the 11/11 day, this is what this card is. Tied to the Christ. This is the Wounded Warrior card. Of course. Is Age of Aquarius real or more propaganda? It's only real, Ginger, if you say so. And it's only propaganda if you say so. I'll leave it at that. You got to make the truth your own. It's really that simple. And that's not a cop-out. That's really how it works. Is Jesus real? People say he's real. People say he was here on earth. That makes it real. We don't know. None of us were here. It's a story. People swear by that story. So because of the idea and people coming together through what's called a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is like, hey, I have an idea. There was a guy named Jesus that came on earth and he made loaves of bread out of fish and healed people and raised from the dead. And then, oh my God, really? Yeah, he performed all these miracles. And the next thing you know, then someone else tells the story. And next thing you know, someone else tells the story. And voila, just like that, you have a self-fulfilling prophecy. You now have something out of nothing. Now, again, we don't know if it was a real dude, but he could have been. I mean, are you real? Got to make the truth your own, folks. That's all that matters is what you believe. Not what I believe, not what anybody here in the chat believes, what you believe. You got to make the truth your own. That's how this whole thing works. Because you got to realize, you got to take a step back and you got to realize that everybody outside of you is an extra in your movie. There may be some stars, but I want you to take into consideration, you're in a movie, okay? And you're the star of the movie. Of course, many people don't act like the star. They act like just some freaking extra. Like, oh, I'm totally fine just walking through the crowd. That's totally how most people show up. They're not even the star in the own movie. But if you believe you're a star in your own movie, everybody externally outside of you that is not you, those people are the cast in your movie. And there are no accidents, mistakes. Everybody that you've been with, you were supposed to be with, you are going to be with, is all part of your script. It's pretty awesome when you can look at it from that perspective. Like, I'm in a movie? Yeah, you're in a movie, man. You're in the Truman Show. What do I think of gambling? I've had my fair share of doing it in the past, I guess. Never was really good at it. I do it for fun now, but not for money. I mean, everything is just an activity here in this reality, right? There's a payoff. There's a payoff for everything that you do. So if you go to the sports book and you put money on a team and you gamble on that team, there's the possibility of the payoff of winning that money, whatever the payoff is. And then there's a possibility that they take your money. The chances are the house is going to take your money because the house always wins. And then there's the fractal above, which is the universe. That's the house. And the universe always wins. That's what runs this reality. That's the house, the casino, the universe. Who is Melchizedek? Well, it's another story, another name, right? Through the ancient text. TJ's asking. Starts with the letter M, 13th letter. 13 is all about light. This was like huge. I mean, this was like revelation for me, doing this decode, Ride the Light. Because I realized that the pulse of light. Let me just, I want to just show you all for fun here. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm just going to give you the skinny on it, okay? And if these cards are in your life, then you should pay attention to them, right? So this card, I know it very well because my rising sign in Vedic astrology is in the 16th nakshatra. And the 16th card in the tarot is this card, the Tower. This is light right here. Light equals 16 in numerology. This is the 16th card. Light is the lightning bolt, etc. The lightning bolt's right on the freaking card right there. You can't miss it. So light is the Big Bang. God said, let there be light. And then the dielectric pulse went out. And then everything follows that light, which is the electromagnetic wave, the two serpents that follow that pulse of light, that follow this. So if you have this card attached to your life, to your rising sign, to any planets in the 16th in the chakra, you're tied to light. And then the following aspect is lightning. Lightning is a two-syllable word. So you break up the light and the ning, the N-I-N-G, and N-I-N-G equals 14, and there it is. There's the wave. My camera's not, yeah. So there's the wave right there. See those two goblets that angel's holding on to? Those are the two serpents. That's the Kundalini that gets moved back and forth as it goes and follows the pulse of light. And his foot's in the water because it says God moved upon the surface of the waters. The word God is 14 in numerology. The word time is 14 in numerology. The word Satan is 14 in numerology. What do you think God is? I know some of you're like, wait, no, the devil's... Folks, go read Isaiah 45 verses 7. There's no separation from this stuff, man. It's got a personality just like you and I. The Kundalini that rises, the two serpents, that's your Jesus and Lucifer, your yin yang inside of you. The left and the right hemispheres of your brain. I walked into this Radiant Wellness Center today. Santos was giving a lecture. He was talking. And what was he talking about? It was so crazy. Just at that moment when I walked in, he's talking about the brain, the two right and left hemispheres. And this is exactly what I was talking about in my presentation last night that I created. Ride the light. And these two equal the number 30. And the word demiurge is 30. Demi meaning two. So the light, the pulse, and then you have the wave that follows it. Kind of like if you look at a boat on the water, the boat on the water is the pulse. And then the motors create the wake in the background. That's the transverse electromagnetic wave chasing the boat. And essentially you have this pulse of light that goes through you, up your spinal cord. To reach enlightenment, it comes up, it pulses up, goes towards the crown, and what follows it is the electromagnetic wave, creating the torus field that showers your body. And now you have this torus field. You are a torus field, a mini one. And it's in everything. The center of an apple is the pulse. And then the electromagnetic wave is what follows the pulse, and it creates the roundness of the apple. It's pretty beautiful, this reality, man, when you look at it and you realize that these are not satanic from the devil, some boogeyman out there to get you. All right, so I'm going through your questions. Let's see, go down here. So Rich, talk about 87. 87 is tied to 322, 223. 87 is francium. Francium sits in between 88 and 86. 88 is radium, Ra, the sun god. And then 88 goes to 87. So when you look at the periodic table, that's all you got to look at. Is radium, 88, is actually found in these elements. What happens is over time, just like you and I, we age and we die. These elements, when you leave them out, they have what's called a half-life. They decay. And they just slowly start to turn into these other numbers below them. So radium, 88, goes to the number 87. 87 goes and decays down to the 86. 86 decays down to the 85, and so on and so forth. Until they reach the bottom point. Radium ends up becoming lead at 82. Lead to gold, Ra. Ra being the sun god being light, this light being gold. So 87, of course, a lot of people are going to take these numbers and they love to reduce them down, which obviously through the rules of numerology, we can do this. But if let's just say 87 is an archetype. It's like, hey, what's your name? I'm 87. Would you want to get reduced down? No, I'm 87. So if you don't reduce it down, it would be just 87. So then we separate the numbers and we have the 8 and the 7. Well, then you have a much different perspective versus taking the 8 plus 7 and bringing it to 15 and reducing it down to the number 6. There's no 6 involved with the 8 and the 7. So you just have the 8 and the 7. Study what the number 8 means. Study what the number 7 means. 8 means power. 7 means the analyst, the critic. 8 is the torus field, 7 is the completion of the pulse, if you will. Yeah, this 88's huge. I mean, let me just tell you how you do. Let me just do this real quick because I want to show you how you do this. Any of you decoders out there, okay? If you're a fan of the tarot, what you can do is you can take any number in the any number above 78, Okay, so there's 77/78 tarot cards. What do I mean by that? Well, you have the Fool as card 0. Do you count that? Well, you have 77 cards that precede the Fool. So 77 plus the Fool, which is the 0 card, gives you, a lot of people say it's 78. But there's no value in the 0. So you essentially have 77 and then 0 or 077, but you can take the 77 and look at it and add the Fool, and now you have 78. And then you can even take the Fool and add it to the 22, and it changes the whole parameter as well, the 0 and the 22. But nonetheless, these tarot cards right here, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah. So when you get a large number going past 78, let's just say there's 78 tarot cards total. Let's say you get a number, let's say 144, okay? Big number, 144. Well, then what you want to do is you want to subtract the total amount of tarot cards in the deck to find out what number what tarot card the 144 is attached to. So you take 144 and you subtract 78. Just like that. 78 being the total number of cards, but you also have to subtract 77 because there are 77/78 tarot cards in a deck. So we always want to look at the compound. It's typically, they're going to be 2 numbers, not just 1. 1 pairs up with 2. 2 pairs up with 3. 3 pairs up with 4. So if you're a life path, I'm a 26 life path. Most numerologists, if not all of them, will just say you're an 8 life path, but that would appear to be the correct answer. But I'm actually a 26 life path. What does the 26 mean? You have a whole different perspective on how this reality works when you keep the digits as their wholeness. Like again, if 87 say, hey man, my name's 87. Well, why would you reduce it down to the 15 and then the 6? Because that's what we're used to doing through the rules of numerology. But what if you just keep it as an 87? You see? But this 144, when you reduce it down, minus the number 78, is going to be the number 66 and 67. 144 is. So now what is the 66th and 67th card in the deck? Well, it's the 2 of diamonds, the 2 of pentacles. If you go by if you go by 78, and it's this card right here. This is the 66th card in the deck if you add the Fool twice. You know what this card is right here? This is your soulmate right here. You know what the soulmate is, folks? It's you. Yes, you're going to find somebody that you're, I did this. Let's talk about soulmates and twin flames. Yes, there is going to be that external soulmates and twin flame, right? But when you take a look at what is your twin flame, what's your soulmate singularity, it's you. It's the 2 serpents inside of you. So you have this pulse of light, and it's the staff, and then you have the electromagnetic wave, the 2 serpents, and that is 2 plus 1, that gives you 3. Now, if you end up meeting somebody, well, then they're 3. Well, what happens when you bring a 3 and a 3 together? What number does it form? 33. So you have a trinity, they have a trinity. 33. And if you reduce it down, it gives you the number 6. 6 in the tarot is the Lover's card. It's right there. But this card right here, 66. And this is tied, and Jesus was, the story of the Christ, he was born in Bethlehem. The latitude, longitude of Bethlehem, 31 degrees north, 35 degrees east. 31 plus 35, 66. This is it. But this is also the card of Lucifer. Straight up. So what you have is you have the good cop, bad cop right there. These 2 pentacles. And it's the 2 serpents moving through your body, the pulse of light moving through your body, creating that torus field. And essentially you are here as a human being. It's just beautiful. So when we can eliminate all this ridiculous crap dogma that we were programmed with in the Piscean age, because that stuff's not going to be useful during the Aquarian age. We don't need it anymore. It's like, would you want to hook up a rotary phone on your wall with a long cord to reach when you got to move around the kitchen? I don't know if you can even get a phone. You probably still can get hard lines, but So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, on a singularity level, you are your own soulmate. Soulmates equals 36, Jesus Christ equals 36. You are having the Jesus Christ superstar experience. Male and female. All of us. And that's why I say you got to be the best little devil you can be. Why do you think in the theological expressions, Jesus was quoted as saying, "Get away from me, Satan"? That's your ego. That's all it is. It's not the boogeyman. It's the little voice in your head. It's just so, we've been so programmed through this ridiculous crap dogma. It's just, there's no use for it anymore. And it's so freeing because then you realize, like, man, the only thing that matters is my life. I'm just an extra in your movie right here talking. I'm not the center point of your life. I'm not the pulse. You are. I'm just along for the ride in your movie. So you take whatever it is that you want to believe from what I say and use it for whatever purposes you want to use it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you and only you are going to be responsible for everything that you're doing in this reality. I have nothing to do about your reality. Doesn't matter. What's up, Ethan? The great decoder, Ethan Rucker, in the house. Now, he gets it. Ethan gets it. He knows how this works. He knows how this reality works. It's so freeing when you can see it. It can be a curse, man, when you start to get down to the deepest depths of how this reality works. It can get really, really, really ugly. We live in a reality that survives off of death and regeneration. Inside your body right now, you have trillions of cells. Those cells, who do they think they work for? They work for you, to keep you alive. Do you have to tell them what to do? Do you have to instruct them what to? No, they're already programmed to work for you a certain way. And you have cells in your body that do what's called apoptosis, which is suicide. You have suicide going on in your body too. Death and regeneration, cells being created, cells being destroyed. That's exactly how this reality works. There's no difference. It's just so beautiful when you can just take a step back and realize, like, it's ugly, man. This reality can be ugly if you let it. Because if you saw what was going on inside your body, you'd probably get turned off. You'd probably get stressed out, depressed, everything, if you really saw what was going on inside your body. It's not pretty sometimes, folks. It can get really ugly. Okay, let's get back to some of your questions. Somebody was asking a question and let's see. Big shout out to my moderators, Stephen and Pamela. It's just so funny. It's like, they're that's the yin yang, the two serpents right there. We got the male female going on. Pretty awesome. Is Ra El? It could be. El is electricity. But you gotta understand, is Ra El. So they're a unit, I would say. But are they one and the same? I don't know. There's just so many ways you can break this down. Ra is 21 in numerology. 2 in the one. R is 2 in Chaldean. R is 2 and A is 1. That's 21. 21 is tied to scandium. Scandium has 44, 45, Pandora's box, gold currency, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you reduce it down to the 3 and you bring it into alchemy, the third element on the periodic table, it's called lithium. What do you think they give to people with brain disorders? Lithium. What's the little voice in your head? It's not you. You don't own that. The more you're willing to surrender and just listen to it. What does it want to tell you? Got to get in tune with it. Am I into Kabbalah? Yeah, I'm into all that stuff. It's all really interesting. But, there is no one set way to get to where you want to go. Like, there's 10,000 religions and every single one of them think they're right. And they're all right. So when you can kind of alleviate the burden of trying to figure out like who's right and who's wrong, they're all right. There is no right or wrong in this reality. Everything just is. And it's just a big Ponzi scheme. It's like the wardrobe of the architect that created this reality. He gets bored and it's like, okay, Mazda didn't work. Let's choose Enki and Enlil. Oh, that didn't work. So now we have a new age coming in. Now I'm going to be Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. Oh, I didn't like that. Now I'm going to be Lucifer. Oh, I didn't like that. Now I'm going to be Jesus. I'm going to go save the world. Now I'm going to add that to my repertoire. Oh, that's kind of, those jeans are ripped. So now I get to get a new pair of jeans. And now I'm going to be Allah now. Oh, I don't like that. Now I'm going to be the Mohammed. Now I don't like that. I'm going to be this. And it's like, it's everything, folks. That's what alleviates all the burdens of division. It's all of them. How about that? It's just all of that. It's wardrobe. And if there are such thing as angels and demons in this reality, they work for the same boss. It's just a big Ponzi scheme, is what it is. It's not even just about the 88. Some of you have mentioned the 88. It's not even just about the 88, folks. It's about the 94. It's about the 94, which is plutonium. In the Vedic system, which I love, is you have Shiva and Ashanti, which is the two serpents, the creator and the destroyer. Jesus and Lucifer, if you want to look at it that way. Both are necessary in this reality, man. Death is a part of this reality. Eight of Hearts. Okay, we can talk about the Eight of Hearts. Interesting choice there. I was actually just looking at that today with my book of the Cards of Illumination, and I know how valuable, like this. Here's the charts, right? I know how valuable this is. I know how valuable this is. You can do predictions with this. I've picked the last 3 Super Bowl winners from the cards. I almost got it exact last year. I got the 3 points. I didn't just get the score right, but I got the 3 points and I had the Rams winning. But and then last year, the year before that, it was an easy one to Tom Brady. I don't want to get into sports, but anyway, the cards are embedded in our reality, folks. They're embedded into our reality. So the Eight of Hearts, I'm going to show you the picture, what the tarot shows you. Remember, the 8 is the Taurus field. The 8 is essentially, it's the entire reality. It's our entire universe. Everything comes from that Taurus field, the hourglass. And the Eight of Hearts is the Eight of Cups. You see that right there? When you pull this card in the tarot, it means you're leaving on a journey. This is light through the metaphysic, esoteric world into the cards now. This card represents light saying, see you later. See you later, spiritual world. I'm going on a journey. I'm going to go to Earth and play the game of life. This is cups, but in the Cards of Illumination, it represents fire. But it doesn't matter because this card right here means it's saying, see you later, spirit. I'm going to play that game called life. And the word light equals 13. And if you look and see right here, this King of Hearts right there, this is card number 49 because this down in a hole through numerology equals 49. So what goes down into the hole, light does. And the eight of Hearts sits right here in this space number 4. But the King of Hearts is here. And you know what card number the King of Hearts is? 13. It's light. So light says, I'm going on a trip. I'm going to go from spirit, I'm going to go into matter. And it begins its journey to come down here to play out the game of life. And that's it. It's really that simple. And, it leads to the 4 of Spades, which is the card of the dream. It's the dreamer. So essentially, the Eight of Hearts is definitely a card that is very fulfilling with love. If you're the Eight of Hearts card, it's a card that has, you're searching for that love, but you may be juggling a lot of that stuff throughout your entire life, because it's the 8 means the number of power, and you're dealing with fire. So it's a lot of power. You may have to be somebody who has to succumb to giving up that power. Not trying to be so controlling. You may be domineering overall, but there's a lot of moving parts. You got to look at where your Mars and Venus energies are at. And then if you're going to partner up with somebody, you got to look at where their charts are at and where their planetary placements. So there's a lot of moving parts. You can't just say, well, I'm a rising sign this and I'm this and that, and that you got to figure it out. No, it's way more complex than that. Vibin is asking, how do you learn and read the apply the grand solar spread charts? I can't tell you how to do it. I mean, I taught myself, to be honest with you, from years of study and research and practice, and the numerology through just Chaldean now, folks. I have only used Chaldean to simplify it, to get it involved in these cards. Okay, you can't use the English. You cannot use full reduction. You cannot use these ridiculous reverse ones. You can't use septenary. You've got to use Chaldean numerology. And then the words go into the cards and in the charts, and then they go into the tarot to get you the picture. I have a course coming out on the cards, just the cards. I may just do something basic for people. And then, you got to look at what's your age. You look at the grand solar spread of your age. All these cards, they move for the most of you. They move every year. And then you have to follow them as they move through Mercury, Venus, Mars. You have all these spaces, the bingo chart, as I showed people. But it's too hard to tell all of you this through a simple answer right here. So Red Rose, can you talk about the Chariot card? Well, Chariot card is the 7th card in the major arcana, and you synchronize that in astrology. It's going to be in the 7th house, which is ruled by Libra. Libra. Most people pronounce it, and I used to, Libra. No, it's Libra. Ra owning the 7, the completion, the cycle, the 7 chakras. Libra. And the Chariot has the yin yang on it. And Libra has the 2 scales. That's why the 2 in the tarot, it has the yin yang right on it. The chariot, when it comes up in a reading, it's typically telling you things are about to move. But it just depends on what it's going to be placed with. Chariot is it's movement. That's what it means, movement. But then you have to, if you're tying it to another card, what would it mean? I mean, if you paired it with the Tower card, it would mean that the movement is really coming at you, and you can expect an explosion. But you cannot just take these cards and say, I was talking about this on my Let's Talk About Soulmates and Twin Flames. This is why it's so important, if you're someone who watches the tarot readers and stuff, to know what your cards are, your nakshatra points, all that, because if you have, this card right here is on my rising sign. And so if it comes up in a reading, you know what the reader's going to tell you? Oh, well, something's about to blow up in your life. Well, not if you have this as your rising sign. It's not going to mean that, definitely. They give you average readings. But when you know exactly what your cards are, what your cards of illumination are, you don't even need to get readings from anybody anymore. Once you know your cards, you just go and pop around different tarot readers, and they're going to start, when your cards start to show up, you can put 2 and 2 together, and it just takes practice. It's not like it's just basic grammar learning here, or 1 + 1 = 2. But it is so simple to see how your life is going to transcend when you know with your tarot cards and your cards of illumination, and then your alchemy and everything else in between. It's pretty amazing. 7 of Clubs. 7 of Clubs is, the club suit means the mind, 7 means completion. The 7 of Clubs is the 20th card in the deck. It's tied to the word duality. Duality equals 20. Pawn equals 20. Birthday equals 20. Carbon equals 20. Matter equals 20. So the 7 of Wands, which is the 7 of Clubs, in the tarot, is going to tell you that you're going to defend what matters to you. Right here. I know this card so well. So imagine your spirit and you're like, hey, I'm going to go play that game of life. All right, see you later. And then you have this bolt of lightning and you come down, you ride the lightning and you come down and you become carbon. Essentially, this is part of what you become. And now this card is, now you defend what matters to you. It doesn't mean you're just going to push up against things. Don't you kind of like, this is you taking a stand on who you are as a human being. Because every single one of you watching this, you think you're right in life. If we laid out all your facts on the table, you know as well as I do, and myself included, there are going to be some inaccuracies in there. Not everything you believe that you portray as truthful is real in the sense of 1 + 1 = 2. But because your truth is the only truth that matters, it's going to be this. And all the sevens, if you're a 7 life path, if you're a 7 birthday, you people are the analysts. Your job, and just go to the 7 days of creation. The last day of creation is number 6, but the 7th day is the day of rest and reflection. So imagine you're God and you created this reality, all the birds and the bees and the plants and the vegetables, everything. And on day 7, you're now kicking back with your feet up on your desk and you're like, whoo, that was a lot of work. 6 days of work. And now you're looking over and you're marveling your creation. Those of you that are content creators, you're songwriters, you create a project and then you look it over. Maybe you need to make some tweaks. I mean, if you look at my channel, my Decode Reality, you go all the way back to my first videos, that they're not even in the same context as what I'm putting out now, because I have practice and making them better, refining them. That's the 7. 7 of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 7 of hearts, and 7 of spades. They're all part of refinement, refining yourself. Bam, silver, Queen of Clubs. I know that card as well. I mean, that Queen of Clubs, card number 25, tied to the word pulse, the dielectric pulse of light. The Queen of Clubs, the queen is the queen bee. The clubs means the mind. And the feminine runs it, not the masculine. The feminine run it. And those of you that are in relationships and you're a male and you have a female, you know you'll do anything. Like, can you please just do that for me? You're going to do it. If you're in a good relationship, in the sense of a good relationship, the queen runs it, man. Go study the honey, go study the bees. It's all about the queen. Not the soldiers, it's the queen. So for you females, man, I mean, you know, if you're the Queen of Clubs, I mean, Queen of Clubs is, I mean, Santos Parachi has the Queen of Clubs. Now he's not female, but look at the amount of knowledge he's got. The Queen of Clubs is like the queen of the mind. It's essentially the oracle, has access to the psychic realms. Super powerful. And it's also tied to the operating system. It's paired up with the 10 of diamonds. The 10 of diamonds is the 36th card in the deck, and the word operating equals 36. And the 10 of diamonds and the Queen of Clubs, these match up, along with the 3 of hearts and other cards. Yeah, so let's talk about the astrological, the astrological systems. Here's my take on it. Okay, Vedic sidereal is your root chakra, and then tropical is your crown. And these wheels, they spin just like the electromagnetic wave, the 2 serpents. They spin. So you have Vedic at the bottom and you have tropical at the top, and you have everything in between. That's why that's why tropical will be tropical. You're going to have, you know, like the moon is in Aquarius in tropical right now, but I haven't looked at the chart, but it's more than likely still in Capricorn. So there's always going to be the root and the crown, and you're going to have the drill that goes up. You're going to have this rotation, and that's how astrology works, because the signs go counterclockwise. And so that's why it's essential to study both systems. I feel that the Vedic is your root, your foundation, a lot of what your childhood was based upon, a lot of what your habits are based upon, and then the tropical is what you're moving towards spiritually. And if you can figure out both of them, when I do readings, I have both charts side by side, and they're going to tell you a different story. It's just so beautiful. That's why, and there's no reason to argue and say, well, no, it's tropical. They're both 50-50. There is no better one. There's just not. That alleviates division. Well, the Wheel of Fortune card. So Maya's asking about the Wheel of Fortune card. The Wheel of Fortune card is tied to everybody's 10th house in astrology. Everybody has the Wheel of Fortune card tied to your 10th house. And of course, the 10th house is ruled by default Capricorn, Saturn, Kronos. 10, say 10. 10 is the binary number. Binary runs time. Kronos runs time. And when you reduce down some of these words like Ra and the 144, you're going to get down to this number 10. Because if you take 88 and you subtract the 78, you're going to get 10. So Ra essentially becomes the Wheel of Fortune. And right on the Wheel of Fortune card, it's the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is right on it. This is card number 10. If you take 88, 88 is radium, and you subtract 78, how many total cards there are? You're going to get number 10. Bam, there it is. It's the Wheel of Fortune card. Spinning the wheel. So it's tied to, so Ra essentially could be Saturn. Could be. I mean, a lot of ancient texts say that Saturn was the ruler of the Golden Age, and the Golden Age tied to ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt's tied to Ra. Yeah, this is the thing. You also get these tarot. So Red Rose is saying, I was told the Chariot is ruled by Cancer. Well, here's the thing. The Chariot is the 7th card in the deck. So if you properly, what's the 7th house? Libra. It's not Cancer. Cancer is in the 4th house. That's the Emperor. And that's tied to so essentially, and I know this well, Let me just properly synchronize these all for you in all these houses. All you ladies and gentlemen, you can see what I'm talking about, okay? So first we base everything on astrology. And we have in the 4th house, I'm just going to start with the 4th house, okay? The 4th house for everybody is going to be Cancer. Even if you got Libra there or you got Sagittarius there, behind the scenes, by the default, is going to be Cancer. In the background saying, hey, how you doing? I'm still here. And Cancer is the ruler of Cancer, and the 4th house is the moon. Card number 18. And what is the 4th card in the tarot? It's the king, the emperor. So these two cards right here, they operate through the 4th house of astrology. So you're going to get a lot of these terrorists. Oh, you got Sagittarius. Oh, it could be they're telling you everything. Well, oh my God, you got some love coming in. It could be a fire sign, could be Sagittarius. They're telling you every damn sign. That's why it's so average. It's so, you got to know what your cards are when they come out. Because they'll tell you it could be anybody. If you have a new love coming in, it could be this, it could be that. It just kind of gets funny. But when you got it, the basic fundamentals of this rules, this operates through the 4th house. The moon. What's above the 4th house? Capricorn, the Wheel of Fortune. This one. And then you have Saturn. And you don't really have a picture of Saturn. But we have 10 here. Luckily, we have the 18 with the moon, but this is the 10th house. For everybody, this represents your career, service to the world. And that's why like the astro alchemy was so important, because then you get into that, you get like, what's the alchemical element that represents the fourth house? Those of you that are Cancer, beryllium, the beryl, the mineral beryl, beryllium. I know it well because I'm born in the fourth. I'm tied to this card. My February 4th. Well, obviously, what's the fourth card in the tarot? The Emperor. There's 31 birthdays. So you should know all 31 cards. At least know your card. And it's going to be multiple, because if you use the cards of illumination, the fourth card is the four cups, the four hearts. So you not only have the Emperor there in the major arcana, but then you also have this card right here. Because in the cards of illumination, the fourth card is the four cups, the four hearts, and this is the four cups. Right here. Ace of Diamonds. I love the Ace of Diamonds. Here it is. I mean, it's right there on the bottom. Card number 64, card number 65 in the tarot. Ace of Pentacles. This is the card tied to heaven. 27. It's tied to our DNA. Tied to the currency that runs through your body. The offering of the currency that comes to your body. New beginnings. The Ace of Diamonds is card number 27. New beginnings. This card right here is tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza. There's a pyramid right on the damn card. The letter A forms the pyramid. Khufu, the Great Pyramid. Khufu's 27 in numerology. This is the 27th card in the deck. 27 is tied to currency. 27 in the medicine cards is the dragonfly, the great dragon. What is the dragon? It's the pulse of light coming down to play the game. 27th card, and then this is the conversion, the Ace of Pentacles, to get the picture. This is card number 64 or 65, depending on if you use the Fool as 0 and 22. So this is what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. You should know what space your card is in. You should know what number it's tied to. Like if you're the Ace of Diamonds, well, then one of the numbers in your reality is 27 and 64 and 65 based on the tarot. So if you start to see these numbers show up, what is it trying to tell you? I don't know what that would be for each and every one of you. That's why I suggest to people, keep track of the numbers that come into your life. Ben Martin, do I think Satan and Lucifer are two separate entities? They can be combined because people have already combined them. The idea of Satan and Lucifer being the one and the same is real because people say it's real. And what matters is what you think. Lucifer is the light bringer. Okay? He's the light bringer. Without the light, you have no movie. Satan to me means time. What happens to all of us over time? You sin. What is sinning attributed to? The devil. What is sinning? How does sin happen? Through time. Is it a coincidence that Satan equals 14 in numerology? Time equals 14 in numerology? God equals 14 in numerology? Is that an accident? In Chaldean? No. And then you have to take into consideration the word time, Satan, and God, they're all 14. Here's the 14th card. You see what that angel's holding in its hand? Two chalices going back and forth. That's the electromagnetic wave. And then if you take the devil card itself, card number 15, you have the same set of circumstances in just a different drawing. Right there. What do you see right there? See with these two cards? You have the two chalices, and on the left side you have the devil, you have the two people. The two people represent the two chalices. Once you get to the devil card, it's now in the number 5. See this temperance right here, this is the light coming down to play the game. This is the electromagnetic wave, and then once you actually land into matter, now you become this. And now you're ruled over by that. which is going to be tied to your ego. The little voice in your head that talks to you, it's dualistic. It has to be. Sometimes you have evil thoughts. Sometimes you get angry. Sometimes you get resentful. Sometimes you get compassionate. Sometimes you want to do nice things for people. Well, which is it? You can't be just all fluffy unicorns and marshmallow clouds all the time. It's both. But you got to get balanced. You got to get centered here. This is where it's at right here, centered point. And then you can just be an observer of this reality. You can look down at the hellish regions and be like, do I really want to go play that game? It's a lot of fun. All the fun's down in the hellish regions. Sex, procreation, orgasms, satiation, feeding the stomach. When the stomach says, feed me, I'm hungry. That's the devil. You see, every time you eat, ladies and gentlemen, every time you have food, you decay quicker. Is that devilish? Of course it can be combined to that. Think about what I'm telling you. Every time you eat something, your body has to start moving. Every time you go into your car and you put the key in the ignition and you start the car up and the engine moves, that depreciates the car. Because the friction of the movement of the car, the belt's moving, something will eventually break. That's time. That's the devil. So your body's the same exact way. It's just in a different fractal. When you eat, the organs then have to move into digestion mode. Things engage. Once things start to move, it puts miles on these organs. And then the devil starts to move around. And it wants to feed me. I'm hungry. I want this. I want that. Those are your urges. And there's no way to eliminate them completely. Unless you just want to live a life of boringness. Like, I just take into consideration, just imagine just for 1 minute, you got invited to go be a monk. Live in the mountains and wear an orange jumpsuit and shave your head. And you got to abstain from this and that, and you had to do it cold turkey. Most of you, if not all of you, would say, forget that, I'm not doing that. That's not any fun. So when you take these things into context, life is supposed to be enjoyed, is it not? It is. And when you alleviate one and you go to extremes, how much enjoyment is that? Kevin Crombie, Pink Floyd, Welcome to the Machine explains it so well. I broke down Welcome to the Machine. I did a decode on that. Welcome to the Machine by Pink Floyd. Machine equals 24. The X chromosome, X, the letter X is 24. It is on our body, the X. Tied to the 4 fixed signs of astrology, the 4 fixed signs of astrology, the letter X. See, it's all about the 5. Those of you that are 5s, if you have a 5 in your birthday, if you have a 5 life path, if you have 5s in your name, somehow, some way, if you got to this is another form of numerology. You take your whole entire name and you put it in the cipher and you look and see how many 5s you got, how many 4s you got, how many 3s you got, how many 2s you got, how many 1s you got. And the driver for you will be the number that comes up the most. For some of you that are 5s, I mean, if you take a look at this, here is the pulse of light coming. The 5 is the busiest number there is. The 5 is the only number that looks like the letter S. And the letter S is the 19th letter tied to the word apex, apex predator, tied to the word battery, which is what we live inside of. 5 is man. 5 is woman. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 limbs. And on the 4 corners of this card, these are the 4 fixed signs guarding over. And then in the very dead center is the bullseye. That's the pulse of light. And it's like the star beam coming down, shooting down. And the 5, if you open up your dial pad or your calculator of your phone, what's the number in the middle? The 5. 5 is the pentagram. The 5th house of astrology, Leo the lion. Leo is all about the pride. What is pride? It's a sin. Don't be prideful. Well, the lion lives in the pride. In the jungle, in nature, it's called the pride. Don't be prideful. 5. It's your ego. 5. And it's tied to the soccer ball. The truncated icosahedron. The soccer ball has the 5 and the 6 right on it. The most popular sport in the world, football, soccer, has the 56 right on it. The pentagram and the hexagon. The white and the black. The 5 and the 6. And what is 56? Lights, camera, action. The dielectric pulse. Spirit into matter. These are all 56. It's the game. It's the movie. And then you have the most popular sport in the world having the 56 right on the freaking ball. I mean, come on, what are the odds? It's hilarious. What do I think about the Bible and the prophecy? Well, you see, you got to take into consideration that all these ancient texts, these books, they're spell books. Every piece of literature is a spell book, including fiction, nonfiction. They're all spell books. And when you have enough people read into it, when you have enough people prophesy with it, when you have enough people pray upon it, what's the most popular book in the world? The Holy Bible, the spell book. It's a spell book. It's a book of spells. Every time someone reads it, they cast the spell. And since it's the most popular spell book on the world stage, what kind of energy you think is being delivered onto the world stage? The energy in that spell book. So when the prophecies start to come true, you can instantly and automatically say, well, there it is. It's the prophecies coming true. See, it's the truth. But then you forget about, well, wait a minute. What's delivering that energy? All the people that talk about it, prophesy it, read about it, preach about it, pray upon it. And they give energy to these magic spells, and the spells come true. And that becomes part of the collective. You know, I mean, Jason Brashear's over at Archaics. Big shout out to him and his channel. He talks a lot about the collective. You're not going to change the collective. Sorry. It's much more powerful than you and I. It's like the sun. Go yell at the sun. Tell it to move. And say it's not going to move for you. Even a tree. Go tell a tree to move. It's not going to move for you. So these prophecies, I mean, you know, if you're into Hinduism, if you're into the Vedas and the Upanishads, you're not even, or if you're in Islam and you're reading the Quran, you're not interested in the Bible. You're not interested in Ezra and Jezebel, and you're not interested in that stuff. That's not even in your life. It's not even in your life. You're into the Vedas and the Upanishad. Then if you're into Japanese, you're into the ancient texts of Shinto. It's different. These texts, and then who's right? Everybody. How can anybody be wrong? That's what causes the division. Is people saying, no, my way is the right way. And then they get egotistical about it. And then they get programmed, and then they don't even have to say a damn thing. Folks, I grew up in the Jehovah's Witness, okay? Nothing, and again, this is not bashing it. It was all part of my journey. All right? It's one of the strictest religions there is on the world stage. And when I was growing up through that religion until I was 16, born into it till I was 16, I remember thinking, you know, in my mind, these people are all going to die if they don't change their ways. Well, what was I doing? I was judging. You don't have to say anything. See, a lot of the things that you think, you're not saying them, but if you said them, people would get pissed off. You'd get a lot of punches in the face probably if you said what you really was on your mind. Is that being authentic? No, it's not being. We're all inauthentic human beings. We don't say what's on our mind. There'd be a lot more black eyes. There'd be a lot more stitches. There would be a lot more hospital visits if people really had to say what was on their mind. And they don't. So is that being authentic? Here's the answer. Nope. We're not authentic human beings. We're just not. And we judge. So if we could just alleviate the judging, how do we alleviate the judging? Realizing that it's a Ponzi scheme down here. Everything is owned by the same boss. That creates a unification. Because then you stop fighting about your way being the right way and everybody else's way is wrong. And then you could start, if you just remove your dogma, if you remove all your propaganda and you're like, okay, I'm left with a blank slate, what are we creating? What do you want to create? See, everybody that incarnated in this reality, not everybody got the same code. Some people got Darth Vader code. Some people work for the dark side. And then you get these people that work for the light side, the Yoda, and then they're like, they're the bad people. You think the white blood cells in your body are screaming at the bacteria and the viruses that are entering your body right now trying to take you down? No, they just do their job. They just do their job. That's all they do. But if you stay in homeostasis, if you can be slightly alkaline through nutrition, ladies and gentlemen, if you can remain at an elevated state of homeostasis, homeostasis is balance. If you can be slightly alkaline, slightly love, you will rarely, if ever, get sick. Do you know why we get sick? Well, our immune systems go down, of course, and there are other factors involved, but it's when you get too much acid in your life. And then you're more susceptible to the invaders that come into your body, the dark side, the Darth Vaders, and the stormtroopers coming into your body. Then you're more susceptible to getting sick. But if you can stay balanced and slightly elevated above your heart space, cancer cannot survive in an alkaline environment. It just has to have acid as its environment. What's acid? The lower chakras, where all the fun's at. It's just so simple when you look at the body. It's just really simple. Take these concepts into consideration. Yeah, TJ says we have the intruder races. Maybe we do. Maybe there's reptilians in there. You can call them an intruder, but have you ever seen one? Have you actually ever had an encounter with one of these races? I will probably bet every single one of you have not. So you're just completely regurgitating something. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying they don't exist. Praying, if you got to shrink yourself down to the insect level, you'd be running, man. Like imagine getting grabbed by a praying mantis. You're done. You're freaking done. And then you know what it's going to do? Imagine getting eaten alive. And that's why people say, oh, we got it so bad. Go down to the insect world and see how bad it is up here. we got it easy up here. We got it easy up here, folks. If you were an insect, man, you're on fight or flight all the time. Think about that. People don't take these things into consideration. This is why you should be grateful to be a human being. Instead of bitching and complaining and blaming and it's them and it's their fault and all that stuff. Go ahead and put yourself in the shoes of an insect. It's a complete game changer. But again, are there aliens here? Are there people? Is Area 51? I have a decode coming on of that. Is there UFOs here? Are there space invaders here? Maybe. But there's praying mantises here. There's grizzly bears here. There's polar bears here. When you go out in the forest and you pitch a tent and you hear all these weird noises, you instantly go into fight or flight. You're susceptible to nature, and there's predators out there. You can get eaten by a grizzly bear anytime. It happens to people. Are you just going to go and you're going to start fighting against grizzly bears? Do you think people are going out and petitioning against grizzly bears in the woods because their neighbor got eaten in a tent by a grizzly bear? So now they're out fighting the grizzly bears. This is exactly what the human species does. Instead of taking the energy that they spend on fighting, they could take that energy back, bring it into their heart space, and then say, what are we creating today? What does your utopia look like? I would imagine everybody here, your mind is like, I want to create a utopia. Okay, what does that look like? And then, what does your utopia look like? And then how many hours a week do you spend creating it? See, I bet if I were to go into everybody's life here and pick it apart, like being a strategist, and we start to look, okay, what are you spending your time on? See, I watch just from as an observer, just being an observer, non-judgmental, observing. I'm a fan of life. And I see what people spend their time on. And they spend a hell of a lot of time on the acidic side. They decay much quicker. because they're either fighting the system or they're involved in politics, or they're involved in fighting this, or going to go do this and go do that. And I'm not here to take away anybody's like code, because I see some people like they're born to do this kind of stuff. And it makes me grateful. I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't get that code. So happy I didn't get that code. So it just gives me a lot of gratitude. It warms my heart. But you realize when you go and fight the system, you decay quicker. Makes you decay faster. Because you have to go down to the acidic levels. You can't fight and go into war and be an angel. You can't do it. War means acid, folks. Peace, that's harmony, that's angelic. War and fighting, that's devilish, the demon, the ego. You can't have both at the same time. Just can't do it. Yeah, so we have cloning. Cloning seems to be the logical thing going on in Area 51. I mean, alien is 15. The word alien is 15. So someone's talking about Kagan. I used to be a fan of those machines, and now I'm not. I'm going to tell you why. Because it produces alkaline water that's artificial. Think about what I'm telling you here. How does Kagan make their water alkaline? By using magnets. Well, that's not how nature makes water. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need this 8.5, 9 pH. You don't need that. You just need pH balanced water. That's it. Now, if you eat a lot of acidic foods, well, then that's a different story. But all you need is pH balanced water. I mean, spring water is slightly alkaline. I don't know if you knew that, but spring water, how is spring water made? Water comes down from the clouds, and then it lands on the ground, and it goes through the sediment and the rock, which have minerals in it. And the minerals naturally raise the pH of the water. That doesn't happen in a machine called a Kagan with magnets. So which one do you think your body is going to absorb quicker and better? Spring water, not Kagan water. I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble here, because I know they're expensive machines, but I'm just telling you straight up, it's not from nature. Carbonated mineral water is probably going to be acidic. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if I come to your house as a strategist, each and every one of you, think about this now, okay? How do you improve upon your life? Observing it. Okay. So if you have a coach come in or a strategist come in, into your life and say, okay, let's write down everything you eat for the next 14 days. Well, I used to do this when I used to do nutrition counseling, and I have people that I've worked with where I go live with them. I actually show up and live in their house. And I train with them, I cook with them. We make sure we're looking at all their meals, making sure they're not goofing around. Everything is accounted for, and their life changes. That's the strictest way to do it. You want to do life changes, you hire a live-in coach. But if I were to do this for each and every one of you here, we write down everything you eat and drink. We write down how much sleep you get, how much water you drink, what kind of water that you drink. And we account for every single thing. The only thing we're not going to be able to measure is what you're thinking. But of course, I can go and study anybody's social media page, what they're posting on their YouTube, what they're watching on their YouTube, and I can see exactly if it's going to be acid or alkaline. And you can account for that, percentages. This is where our world's going, folks. If you want to become a superhuman being, that's why all this advanced technology is coming out, med beds and Tesla coils and becoming an advanced superhuman being. It's going to be you need to use this digital stuff, not becoming a slave to it, mastering it, inputting this information. This is why they had like risk management. If you're somebody who's in risk management and you're somebody who works for an insurance company and hand out somebody who's into, maybe like a bungee jumper or a motorcycle, there's risk management there. You analyze the person's life and what their risk is, and that determines how much their insurance is. It's the same thing with your life. What's your risk management in your life? How fast are you dying? What are you eating? What are you drinking? How are you doing it? What are you thinking about? What are you expressing on the world stage? How much time do you spend on social media? How much energy are you giving out on the world stage? This is all part of your life and your risk management. And we're moving into a digital world where it's going to solve a lot of problems if you let it be your slave, your slave. AI. Not letting it be your master, but letting it be your slave. Like right now I'm using artificial intelligence, right? And I wouldn't be able to use and get this message over to all of you and join up here unless it was for YouTube. So big shout out to YouTube. Big shout out to OBS. That's what I'm using, Open Broadcast System, to broadcast this. I'm on a Mac computer. Big shout out to Apple, right? I'm grateful for all these platforms. So are you giving gratitude to your life, everything around you? Are you going to make it your slave? And I don't even like using that word. Are you going to use it to benefit the world, to create your utopia? So there are these layers that you should take into consideration for your own personal self here. Focus on you. A lot of people don't want to focus on themselves. They want to externalize, they want to project because their life sucks. They hate their life. They don't think they can change it. There's no hope. So they go out there and they bitch and complain. That's not where it's at. That's not the formula to get yourself to level up. I can tell you that. D Habib, is a vegan diet alkaline? It depends, because you can have a ton of rice, you can have a ton of quinoa, you can have a ton of beans, you can have a ton of acid foods, and so even if you're vegan, that's not going to save you from being unhealthy. What do I think about urine therapy? I know Santos is big on it. I tried it once. I'll never try it again. See, this is my take on it, using logic and discernment now, okay? Why does pee come out of you? Why do we urinate in a toilet and flush it? Why is urine considered waste? Why it shouldn't come out of you at all? Because you're getting rid of it. So is there some benefits? I think I would probably say, yeah, because it's gonna get filtered through the kidneys. I mean, your poor kidneys. Then it's got to go to the bladder. Your bladder gets used. I would say urine therapy is, for me anyway, drinking it, no freaking way. Maybe doing a enema, yeah, maybe that. I would do the enema, but even that. I mean, it's like, how far are we going to go? We're going to start eating poop? Someone's going to come along and say, yeah, you can eat your feces. What's the difference between poop and urine? They're both waste products coming out of your body. I mean, hey, cockroaches eat poop. So, I mean, someone else's trash is someone else's treasure. Our poop is trash and the cockroaches that's its treasure. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, I do see both sides of it. I mean, we've been told it's a waste, but I'm saying is it comes out of your body for a reason. You drink water and then it comes out yellow for a reason. I mean, when you drink it, it looks clear. Doesn't look like that when it comes out of your body. Why? Because it goes through a filtration part through the kidneys. I mean, you're constantly getting rid of toxins. Think about this now. You're constantly getting rid of toxins. How do you get rid of toxins? Going to the bathroom, number 1 and number 2. Your skin is the largest transporters of toxins. What comes out of your skin? Liquid, water. Toxins come out of your skin, out of your pores. It's not solids coming out. You ain't gotten like oats and grain and quinoa popping out through your skin. It's liquid. And if you lick your skin, it's salty sometimes, right? Because the bodily fluids contain salt. So if the skin is the largest transporter of toxins and what's coming out of your skin is liquid, well then what do you think you're urinating out? Toxins. That's how I see it. But I know that's my opinion. Ethan says nothing washes down a pile of shit like a tall glass of pee. That's pretty funny. That's good. I know there's a lot of positive testimonials to urine therapy, but I got a lot of positive testimonials by doing a detox, by drinking juice, by fasting. Much more palatable, much more easier. Like I said, I mean, I can see urine being put up into an enema, but drinking it, I tried it one time, never again. Poop creates roses. Yeah, you get the lotus flower coming out of fertilizer, right? Going through your comments here. Someone's asking me about tissue salts. Yeah, tissue salts are cool. You have, I would just take all 12 because you are all 12 astrological signs. I would just skip I have to take this one because just take all 12. I mean, it's not like it's some synthetic vitamin, So, I would take all 12 and call it a day. But you're not going to get a payoff with them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was talking about this earlier today. Big shout out to everybody doing the Green Box Detox. We're on day 14. They're almost finished. They got 1 week left. and we had a Zoom call today, and we were talking about the payoff. I was talking about the payoff. And I think, we've been programmed as a society we want to get a payoff in life. What I mean by that is you work a 7-day work week and you want your paycheck. Give me my money. You do the job, you paint the fence, give me my money. You sell the car, give me my money. Here's the title, give me my money. You go buy a scratch ticket, you scratch it off, you win $2, you go into the right, give me my $2. Well, life doesn't work that way. But we're so programmed to do this give and take exchange all the time. Especially with supplements. People will take supplements and they won't ever test their blood, which I'm encouraging every single one of you here to make sure that you do a blood panel at least every 6 months. Full blood panel. Cholesterol, HDL, LDL. Red blood cell count, white blood cell count. Iron levels, B12. Run the gamma on it. You're investing in your health. And a lot of these things that we take, they don't make you feel better. You don't take vitamin C and get high off it. What are we going to do? Are we going to start breaking up vitamin C or pulling the capsules apart and sniffing the vitamin C? We don't get high by taking vitamin D or a B6 complex. If you're really deficient in a vitamin like a B12 or a B6, you may feel the energy elevations. Yes. But typically through supplementation, through some supplement, you're not going to feel anything. There's no payoff. Just like meditation. There's no payoff when you meditate. Until you get really good at it, then you start to see that it's, oh my God, now it's paying off. Like meditation, you lay down and you try to control your thoughts and you can't. You're not, a human being is not designed to stop your thoughts. We are thinking machines. We're not designed to shut that off. You can't shut it off. Just decide, like, I'm going to stop thinking. That's you thinking. So it's a paradox. You cannot stop thinking. If you're focusing on your breath, you're thinking about focusing on your breath. That's why it's absurd to even think that you can stop thinking. You cannot. Oh, I'm just going to clear my mind. I'm not going to think about anything. That's you thinking about not thinking about anything. There's no payoff in meditation, though. You don't get it right away. You may go through the exercise of 10 minutes of meditation every day, put on your headphones, put on your music, like this music in the background, and you sit and you close your eyes and you're observing your thoughts. What am I thinking about? I got to feed the dog. Got to take the cat out. Got to make dinner tonight. Got to feed the kids. Oh my God, I got this teacher-parent conference tomorrow. And this is life. Life trying to suck you dry. And then you realize, like, oh my God, I haven't really accomplished anything. Well, you have if you take account of what you've been thinking. So when you get good with meditation, you move into creative visualization. Creative visualization is where you have an objective. So the objective is like, okay, well, I want to go on vacation. Okay. So you go into the visualization, you close your eyes, you turn your music up. Where are we going? I want to go to Phuket. And you get a picture of Phuket and the islands and the boats, and you feel the warm on your hands and the sun shining. Eating pineapple, coconut, whatever, sipping pina coladas, whatever you fancy. And then you picture, okay, I gotta book the hotel. Okay, now I got the hotel and I gotta get the airline tickets. And now I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And you keep expanding upon that. You watch some videos on YouTube, what Phuket looks like, and you get the vision in your mind. Then the next time you do visualization, you put it in your mind, and you start to see the same thing YouTube was playing of Phuket. Somebody did some video of Phuket. Now you're getting the visual in your mind without having to watch the YouTube. You're recreating it in your mind, and you're forecasting it. That's visualization. And that's why vision boards are so amazing, because you can take your higher self, plaster it onto a board, and create what your future self wants to create. Essentially, like if you believe you have angels, okay, fine. Or God, it's God, you're God. Okay, well, what does God want you to do? What do you want to do? Most people don't do these exercises. If you want to get a payoff, ladies and gentlemen, you must be strategic with your life. If you want to feel the payoff, you got to get strategic with your life. If you just want to be along for the ride and not do any, like for me personally, I've surrendered. I go along for it. It gives me a lot of humor, a lot of pleasure, knowing that like this code's like directing me towards this way in life. And I'm riding this wave as long as I can. If you're on a good wave, if like you're on a wave going up, you ride that sucker as long as you can. A surfer, if you surf, do you jump halfway off when the waves, like you're halfway into shore, do you just jump off? No, you ride that wave as long as you can. When you're on a good wave, you ride that sucker as long as you can, because you know nothing lasts. You may fall off and get on a different wave. It may be better than that wave that you were on before, but be grateful for the wave you're on. You're either on a wave of creation or a wave, or you're at a destruction point. There's no such thing as inertia. You could try to think you're going to sit still, but you're constantly creating through your thoughts. Yeah, God's a Comedian. Go check out my God's a Comedian. Check them all out. It's funny. Anybody that's a comedian, it's just God telling you the story through the comedian. Year of the Rabbit coming up tomorrow. First day. The Year of the Rabbit, which is tied to the moon, which is tied to Jesus, tied to Christ, tied to Neo, the One. Coming up, folks. Last time I got a blood test, I fainted. Well, don't stop yourself from getting it done because you fainted. Maybe you won't faint the next time. See, if your fear of fainting and stops you from getting the blood panel, and next thing you know, 2 years down the line, the doctor's like, oh, you got this and this, and you could have prevented that because you broke your fear of fainting again by getting that blood panel. Don't just give up because you fainted. There could be many issues with that. Andrew says, I've been noticing my perspective of death has changed. I feel desensitized or just not sad anymore when someone passes away. Have any of you all been feeling the same? Yeah, I mean, a lot of it has to do with your personality type. But, ladies and gentlemen, death is inevitable. There's a really funny movie called What About Bob? It's one of my favorites by Bill Murray. What About Bob? And in that movie, there's a young kid, and Bob teaches him how to swim. And he's always wearing black. But his father tries to teach him, but his father can't do it. But then Bob comes along, who's a patient of his father, and teaches the kid how to swim. But anyway, the kid is wearing black, and his father's like, why are you always wearing this black? Because he knows it means death. And the kid's like, we're all going to die. One day, I'm going to die. And if you really take that into consider, think about it, folks. One day you are going to die. Does that motivate you? Or you're like, no big deal. Because maybe you're healthy and you're alive and you're bubbly and everything's great. And it's not going to last, folks. Eventually, one day you are going to kick the bucket. You're going to die one day. Does it motivate you to do the thing? You may die tomorrow, and then if you go into the ether or realms and you're looking down upon you and you're like, Jesus, why didn't I do all those things I wanted to do? You weren't thinking about it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's not guaranteed. Go create your utopia or your dystopia, whichever side of the coin you work for. Just go create whatever it is that you want to create. Just go do it tomorrow, today. There's no, wake up tomorrow and realize that tomorrow is a white piece of paper and it's blank and you can write on it whatever the hell you want to write on it. See, most people wake up. This is what most people's life looks like when they wake up. See that? This is my notes, but you see what's written on there? There's not a lot of room for anything. It's filled already. There's already a ton of things on here. This is how most people wake up. They wake up like this. There's no room to write down anything. So they have to choose something they've already done yesterday, last week, last month, because they're not imaginative. They're not trying to use their brain. They want to just consume. There's no room for anything in their life. Folks, tomorrow's not guaranteed. Wake up tomorrow and have a blank white piece of paper. What are we doing? Like, I know a lot of people since I've been here in Santos, and people are like, I want to go to Mexico. What's holding you back? I did it. Many other people have done it. Well, then you know what you're going to do? You're going to make excuses. I get it. We all do that. We make excuses to justify that we can't get there because we base what our circumstances in this current position is. Well, I don't have enough money. I don't, where am I going to live? I have pets. I have this. I have that. I have all these things in my garage. Go sell the shit. Like, if you're waking up and you're not saying, I can't wait to start my day today, then you should really analyze where you're at in life. Tomorrow ain't guaranteed, folks. That's why I'm here in Mexico. People ask me all the time, are you running? Why did I come here? Because, I'm guided to come here. It's part of my code. But if this message resonates with you, maybe this is what you need to hear to get your ass in gear to freaking come to Mexico or Phuket or Thailand or something beautiful. Like, if you don't like the cold, why are you in the cold? You look at your current circumstances like, well, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, or I can't afford to. Folks, just make the decision to do it. Put it on your vision board. Stop at nothing to think about where it is you're going to go. And maybe, just maybe, you'll get there. And you look back and you're like, I did it. And you'll create this story of all stories in your life. It's pretty amazing, but people don't like to do that because they get caught up in life. They're too busy fighting against the system, and they're too busy. It's them, it's they, it's their fault, and they're screwing me over, and it's this law, and it's this and that, and what am I going to do about here? And they're so worried about the static on the world stage, they never live their dream out because they are consumed by the dirty laundry. Not my life. I feel like I'm an inspiration for people. Like, I'm telling you, I can do it. I'm doing it. I've done it. I've become a minimalist. It may not be permanent in my life, but becoming a minimalist has been one of the greatest things I've ever done. Getting rid of everything. I don't have anything. And when you don't have anything, you don't have any liabilities. You remove your liabilities in life. It's great to have the $50,000, $60,000 car. Great to have. But it's an asset. But it also becomes a liability. You got to put insurance on it. You got to worry about people. Oh, it's dinged. I got curb rash on the rim. Oh God, I got a flat tire. Something broke on the engine. It becomes a liability. I think simple is better, in my opinion. The simpler your life can be, the less liability it becomes, the easier it becomes to be free. And when you're free, folks, when you are free, you can then observe reality and say, what do I want to do in life? See, many of you are not at that space because you have liabilities in your life. And the liabilities are sucking you dry. Sucking you dry. And you're not living. You're just surviving. See, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many people, maybe some of you here, you're so fixated. I know this is true for some of you, right? This is just, if it's a duck, let's call it a duck. For some of you watching this, you are so heavily invested in what's going on in the mainstream, it is sucking the life out of you. You spend all this time fighting and blaming and pushing, and you leave no room to create the beautiful life you want to create that's just waiting there for you. See, you're not going to change the collective. Sorry. I know you're going to get these people saying, well, if enough of us come together, we're going to make a change in the world. Folks, you're not going to change the collective. You're not going to change it. So they make their move, you make your move. But if you're not, I'm not even paying attention to that. I'm just making my moves. I'm enjoying my life. If I die tomorrow, at least I'm making my moves that I decided I wanted to make. See, if I was focusing on the mainstream, I would be putting time into that. Not only would I feed that energy and give it more gas, but I would have to sacrifice what I'm creating right here as a content creator because I would be paying too much attention of fighting against the system. Something has to be sacrificed in the matter of time and energy. So I'm not interested in that anymore. I can turn it on, I can look at it, I can see it's a comedy show, I can see it's a movie. Yes. And then people say, well, aren't you interested in the future? And like, what if this passes and all that? Folks, it's going to pass with or without your consent, I promise you. Because man's not running the freaking show down here. Mankind is not running the show down here. I'm going to say it one more time. Mankind is not running the show down here. They're not. So if you're paying attention to that show that you're not in control of, that you're not going to change, you're giving it all your gas, you're feeding it, you're essentially saying, here you go, here's all my gas, here's my life, here, you can have all my energy, here you go. And they're just like gobble, 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 gobble. Whereas if you're someone like me and many of the other people out there, you're like, you know what? See you later. Nothing against you, but you ain't giving me anything in return, so sayonara. And now I'm going to go create my utopia. And when the change comes, I have to adjust. But at least I've adjusted to where I'm in a position to be happy about adjusting to it. People try to adjust with the system versus creating your utopia, creating your bliss, creating your perfective life, whatever that looks like. And then when you compare it to the collective, it's a much different scenario. You know, if you're in survival mode, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in a position of survival mode, it's much different when you're not. A lot of people are in survival mode and they're fighting the system. And they continually be in survival mode and they'll continually feed the system. And the system will just suck them freaking dry. Like it does. That's what its job is. It needs you to harness the energy to keep it going. It's the gas for the mainstream. It needs your energy. Get that concept through your mind. The mainstream is an archetype, okay? It's an archetype. And it needs you to give it your energy. Because every little bit of people that are connected to that hive mind, feed it. Gobble, 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 gobble. It's like Pac-Man. Gobble, 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 gobble. And if you say, you know what? Screw that. I'm not going to do that anymore. See you later. Like, I'm not going to play your game anymore. Have fun with your game. I'm not going to go push up against. I'm not going to try to take an axe. I'm not going to try to shoot bullets at you. You go do you. I'm going to go do me now. And I'm going to create. Knowing these things about the esoteric, knowing how this reality works. And creating your utopia, if that's what you want to create. Trust me, folks, these people on the world stage, they're not paying any attention to you. Why are you paying attention to them? I'll tell you why, because you're programmed to do it. You're in the habit of doing it. Some of you, it's a fix. You love it. It's a drug to you. Just got to know what's going on. I can see people's posts all the time. They send me politics stuff, and I'm like, what are you doing? That's all good. Like, I'm not judging, but I'm like, I have no interest in this crap. I have no interest in that. It's a movie that I'm not a part of. I'm going to tell you, if you want to have change on the world stage, take your power back and go create your utopia or whatever you see as your world's change. And if everybody did that individually, we don't need to come together and form groups and hug and this and peace, power and all that stuff. Just create your utopia. If everybody did that, it would create a ripple and it would just force out the stuff you probably say that's evil and bad. It would just push it out. There'd be no room for it. But people don't do that. They're waiting for somebody else to take charge. Well, I'll just wait for this leader to come by and then people like to follow. Most people are not leaders, they're followers. They like to follow. They want to be led and they're just waiting and waiting and waiting for something to happen. They're waiting for Jesus to come back to save them. And they do nothing. They do absolutely nothing in their life. I'll give you a little secret. I'll tell you something right now. Jesus ain't coming back. Do you know how I know that for sure? Because you're the Jesus Christ superstar. The return of Christ is you waking up and saying, holy shit, I'm Jesus. So freaking go make some change in the world, man. Go help people. What did Jesus do? The story of the Christ. It's been butchered. The true story of the Christ. Making bread out of fish, helping people, raising people, healing people. Are you doing any of this kind of stuff? Or are you just sitting there at the court steps, bitching, moaning, and complaining? Which is it? You can't be at both places at the same time, man. Are you healing? Are you creating a voice to help heal the world? Are you getting into medicine? Some of you should be in medicine. Some of you can be inventors. Some of you could be healers. You could be the Jesus Christ superstar. But you're not because you're too busy paying attention to the mainstream. Sucking you dry. The age of Aquarius will be either you're going to get with it or you're not. You're either going to figure it out or you're not. I know thyself. Who are you? What are you all about? See, complaining, bitching, moaning, pointing the finger, that's all acidic shit. If you're a decoder and you're constantly putting in all these, it's satanic and parasites and Lucifer, do you know what you're doing? You're in the acid realms. That's what you're decoding. Acid, 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 hell, 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 hell. So many people on the world stage decoding, it's them, it's they, it's their fault. They're hell, hell, acid, acid, acid. You're not creating any change in the world. You're just feeding the acidic side. You're making it grow even stronger. That's what I see a lot of. So if you're posting, I see some of you decoders, I know what you're posting. If you have anything in your posts and they're constantly satanic, it's this, it's that, I know what, you're acidic, hell acidic, hell acidic. That's what you're focused on. You're feeding it. You're making it bigger. You're making it stronger. You ain't changing it. You're actually feeding it. You're making it worse, if anything. That's what I see on the world stage in the decoding, and I'm very passionate about this. Trying to get these words across. Like, this is what I see as, my observations. Non-judgment now. Non-judgment. I don't judge the praying mantis because it's a cannibal. I don't judge the polar bear because it's a predator. Just observe. I realize that's how nature is. There's predators here. Deb's asking, how did you figure this stuff out, Logan? I was supposed to. If you resonate with anything that I said tonight, it may just be one thing. You were supposed to hear it. But it's like reading a book and not doing it. Like, oh yeah, I read that book, but are you applying, like you read some personal development book. Oh, it has like 24 steps. Like one of my favorite books of all time, The Master Key System. The Master Key System. I've read it 18 times. 24 chapters, 24 exercises. If you just read the book and don't do the exercises, you didn't do the book. You just read it. You didn't apply. So you just, okay, great. You took on Jordan from Water, big shout out to Jordan. He was talking about this earlier during his podcast. He said, it's great to take information in, but if that's all you're doing, consume. It's no different than being a glutton with food. And then you get fat and overweight. If you to continue to take in wisdom, and you don't do anything with it, you become heavily laden down with wisdom. And then it can get depressive. You can get anxiety from it, stressed out. So at some point you got to draw the line and say, okay, what, you don't have to, but like maybe you want to do that. Like, what do you want to do with your knowledge? Maybe you want to go teach. Some of you are born to teach the esoteric. Like I was born to, like folks, this is not tooting my horn here. This is not, I'm not looking for, I was born to do this. It's part of my code. That's why I'm dropping all this stuff on. And again, you don't have to believe anything I say. But I bring it down to logic and discernment. I like to base things on logic. Not like, oh, I get all giddy inside how I feel. Ooh. No, so I use logic. Cut with the sword. Do you want to cross the T or do you want to leave the T by itself and it looks like an I? It's not a T now. Now it's an I. Big difference. Cross it, now you got a T. I want to be logical. I want to cross the T. If it's a T, I'm going to cross it. If it's an I, I'm going to dot it. If it's a J, I'm going to give it the bend to it. That's how I show up in life. That's why I'm very raw, very visceral. No punches here. And a lot of people, it turns people off. I don't care. I'm doing me, and I encourage all of you to do you. But I'm suggesting to you to analyze your life from a strategic standpoint and take a look at your entire life. What are you feeding? What kind of energy are you putting out in the world stage? It comes down, just keep it simple. Very simple. Are you acid or are you alkaline? In between there, the sliding scale. This is the Kundalini now, the wave, the serpents going back and forth. Jesus and Lucifer, the devil, the ego, and the spirit going back and forth, having a little beautiful dance. Creation, destruction, creation, destruction, creation, destruction. Well, destruction's on the acidic side. And you're faced with death at one point. And someday in your life, you're going to be faced with death. That's acid. Acid, what kills you. So if you want to decay slower, you stop focusing on the acid. It's pretty simple. But nope, even in the decoding world, people it's them, it's they, it's their fault, it's these societies, it's this, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, they're just acid, acid, acid. Okay, cool. You're just constantly at war, man. War puts you in fight or flight. It puts you in stress mode. It puts you in anxiety mode. You fly off the handle. You don't have any patience, no tolerance, et cetera, et cetera. I see some of the decoders out there. Some of the big names. They're all acid-based. And you can see the lack of love in their life. Because what you attract is good. You're going to attract acid. And then you're going to get defensive about it. You're going to get acid against acid, and that's just like a pissing match. And then you're at war, and now you're just putting out more acid. And it's just it's turmoil all the time. Yeah, so Rebecca was talking about the satanic stuff. Yeah, I mean, so what does satanic mean? See, if we all just got lobotomies tomorrow and we removed all our programming, all of the religious programming that many of us are still kind of indoctrinated. I mean, it's still in the background in my mind. I may not live through it anymore, but it's there, knocking at the door anytime it wants. Are you sure, Logan, you got the right way? Are you sure it's not that? Are you sure? And you finally say, piss off, I'm sure. And then you get in the habit of saying, piss off, I'm sure. You end up making it, you're sure. So what does satanic mean? The Church of Satan, service to self. That's all it means, folks. Service to your ego. That's it. That's how you simplify it. Forget about the boogeyman. Forget about some little guy with pitchfork and horns out to get you. It is service to self. The satanic is the upside down pentagram pointing downward, pointing to you. And then the pentagram pointing up is pointing to the alkaline side. So the pentagram like this points up, alkaline. And then the upside down pentagram points down, the lower chakras. And you're going to service both constantly in your life. It's inevitable. But people that are slinging this stuff around, satanic, they don't even know what this stuff means. They're just like I had said, there's a lot of professional regurgitators out there. A lot of professional regurgitators. Just slinging regurgitation, just the story they heard. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, that must be what it is. And they look around this world and they see a lot of bullshit. They see a lot of evil. Yeah, it exists. But folks, do you realize there's evil going on inside your body right now? You can't see it. You realize at the microcosm level, there's predator prey down there too. You don't see it unless you go look under a microscope. There's predator prey in the insect kingdom, but you don't see it because you're not that small. You think the ants and the spiders, and you think they all sinned too? Think there was some Garden of Eden in the insect world? And those things sinned and they get thrown down and now they're thrown out of the Garden of Eden? I mean, is that what we're to believe? I think it's just pretty ridiculous. All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is just simplify your life. That's it. You get rid of all your program beliefs just for one day. Say, you know what, today I'm going to wipe the slate clean. I'm not going to believe in anything. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to walk down the street and I'm going to look around and then I'm going to make my decision on how this reality works. And you know what you're going to see if you pay attention? Death and regeneration. That's what you're going to see constantly. And when you get compassionate, like I know plenty of people myself, if you got a pool and it's the summertime, you got bees flying in the pool. Are you somebody that scoops the bees out? I do. I have friends that do that. Like, why would you do that? Because you care about your creation. You become like God. Oh, there's a little bee in the pool. I'm going to save it. It pains you when you see death. It hurts you. I remember driving. I have one way in and one way out to go to the gym here in Puerto, this road. And I remember last year, I was riding to the gym, or I was walking. And on the side of the road, there was a bird. And it appeared to, what I think, I'm just assuming, but it appeared to be hit by a car. And it was, it was messed up. And I started to cry. I was hurt by that. That's the level of consciousness I was at. I was pained by it. Because I couldn't, what am I going to do? Am I going to step on its head? Am I going to take it out of its misery? Do I throw a rock on its head? Is it in pain? Is it suffering? And I did nothing. I didn't know what to do, but I was in pain. I don't like death. I don't like to see it. I can't watch operations. It grosses me. I like seeing blood and that stuff. Ugh. But that's me. I like birth. I like kid. I like when I go to a party. If I go to an event and it's like an event for kids, you're going to see me hanging out with the kids. I like the kids. I'm a little kid. Because I think, imagine you're a kid right now. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I say this in my readings when I do it. People, it doesn't matter what your age is. This very simple exercise. What do you want to be when you grow up? Right now, what do you want to be? Doesn't matter if you're 50, 40, 60, 70. What do you want to be when you grow up? You could have 30 more years on the life. You think you only have 10, but you got 30. And you're thinking from 10. You're thinking from limitation. What do you want to be when you grow up? When you study your code, you see all the code, you're like, oh my God, I'm like this superstar and I have all these powers. Yeah, but you haven't been living through these powers because no one told you about them. And now you're like, oh my God, I'm the greatest thing. I got an email from this. I did a reading for someone just the other day. I haven't replied back to this person's email yet because I haven't got to my emails. But I got an email the very next day after doing this reading. You know what I got? She was so pumped about the reading. She's like, oh, I just want to tell you, I woke up today. I flew out of bed. I was so jazzed and pumped about my newfound life. And I'm ready to go attack it. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But it was very rewarding because now this person has the amusement park. All the rides are there in the background. They see them all now, whereas they didn't see them before. And now you're ready to experience life in all its totality because now you have all the cosmic blueprint in front of you. That's the value of decoding yourself. And then decoding your children, decoding your friends, decoding your parents to understand them better. A lot of people out there, a lot of you don't like your parents. You're mad at your mom, your dad. You're not even talking to them. Like, why? Well, they did this, and it's always going to be them, typically. And what you're doing is you're sacrificing love. And really, thank you, Werner Erhard, but he says, I'll bet anywhere you're not having love in your life, you're trying to be right. You're trying to be right. So you sacrifice love in your life just so you can be right. It's them. It's their fault. It's that. They did it. They owe me the apology. They need to call me. And you live through that. And then your parents die and you don't get to talk to them again. And you go with that story and then that's it. That sucks. A lot of you need to just call your parents and say, hey, I'm sorry, no matter what. I don't care whose fault it was. I just want to love you again. I just want to be in your life again. Because tomorrow's not guaranteed. And I'm going to turn this new thing. And, I just want you in my life. I just want to tell you how much I love you, how important you are to me. Brother, sister, mother, father, best friend, whatever. A lot of you are in that space right now. You're trying to be right and you sacrifice love in your life. And it's just like, life's too short, folks. It's just gone in the blink of an eye. That's why it's not like, I'm talking about all this stuff like, why would you want to give the energy to the mainstream when you can take that back and take control of your life and build your utopia? Wipe the slate clean, make the phone calls, become best friends with your family again. The people that you got mad at or whatever, make an attempt to do it. Sometimes they don't want to hear, but maybe just that this last time that you make the phone call, maybe they will be okay with it this time. New energy, 2023. We don't know what kind of energy is coming in. A lot of healing energy. A lot of people think this may be the time to do it, to make those phone calls, Yeah, some parents are harmful. I get that. I'm just speaking in averages here. There are going to be exceptions. There are going to be some of you who have, certain circumstances where what I just said probably doesn't have any context. It's just not going to be able to make anything out in context. So you just got to take it for what it's worth. But I'm telling you right now, there are some of you that all you got to do is make the call. And don't come from a place of trying to be right. That's your ego. Forget all that. Just go and come from a place of your heart space and see what happens. But you gotta have that as your objective going into the phone call. Like, I'm not gonna go down and go in the, remember, man, your chakras up and down, up and down, up and down. Where are you? When you make that phone call, where's your chakras? Where's your energy? And then you get on the phone and they're in a pissy ass mood and all of a sudden now you're in the lower chakras. Now you've succumbed down to their level. Well, now what you say may come out completely different. But if you stay at least in your center point and not be reactory to what they say, you'll have a much better experience, I think. That's just my take on it. I stop for ants. Money is the largest religion in the world. Yep. Think about what religion, the word religion, religion. Re means to do it again. And legion. It's a group. Redo the group again. There used to be one religion, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this now. Through the cycles of time, there's over 10,000 religions. There used to only be one. Can you imagine going back into time and being born into a reality where, hey, we're part of this, we're going to go to church, and everybody's going. What do you mean everybody? Yeah, everybody's going to church. Everybody in the town, we all go to the same church. And everybody goes every Sunday to the same church. That was when there was only one religion. I'm just being, objective here, but that's how it once was. And then one day somebody woke up and said, well, they got into an ego battle with somebody, I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the interpretation of that, or I don't like, so now I'm going to go make my own church, and I'm going to go out there and build my own church. I'm going to go file for my 501c3. There's a reason why there's tax exempt to churches, folks. That's the incentive. The incentive is the exempt part. There's a reason why. I decoded the 501c3 tax exempt. Go check it out. I have a few pastors in there that I highlighted. Joel Osteen's one of them. Joel Osteen's doing his job. You don't have to like it. A lot of people like what he's doing. I don't follow him. I don't care. He's in his own movie. So I'm not fighting. I don't care. People want to go fight that stuff. Like I see YouTubers out there. How they make their living? Trying to tear you down. They'll go and try to look you up and try to figure you out, and then they'll make a video about you. How low you got to be, energy wise, to go and try to bring somebody down. But they're just doing I can't get mad at it, but I'm saying is I wouldn't want to be in that. That must be a real shitty life to live out. That's not high. That's not even balanced frequency. You're down in the hellish regions all the time. If you're going to do that, that's not a lot of fun. Have I ever decoded baptism? I have. Hold on, let me tell you. Hang on a sec. I think it was tied to. So this is the thing about numerology and, the science of number, that you have baptism, baptize. Which is it? Well, baptism is a 23 and baptize is a 28. It's a big difference. So where do you go from there? Baptize being 28. 28's tied to Lucifer. Lucifer's 28. Architect's 28. Where do you go from there? And then baptism is 23. 23 is tied to the word crown. 23 is tied to the word blood, tied to the word history. What did Jesus wear? A crown. What is Jesus telling you to do? Baptize yourself or get baptized. Wash your sins away. The God of the moon is the sin. John the Baptist is tied to the moon. John the Baptist is what baptized Jesus. It's all in the text. It just goes beyond the Bible. I never got baptized. $28 is a perfect number. 28's the second perfect number, 6 being the first. 28 being the second perfect number, 2 meaning duality. Architect 28, duality is tied to the architect. And the 28's tied to this card right here. This one. Hold on. There it is. The 2 of Pentacles. It's tied to Jesus and the Christ in Bethlehem. This is the 2 serpents. The juggler holding the Ida and the Pingala. It's the 2 serpents. It's the transverse electromagnetic wave going up, chasing that pulse of energy. The Kundalini. Kundalini is 28. Baptize is 28. So where do you go from there? All right, let's see if we can change up a little bit. See if I can get this. Hang on a sec, folks. Okay. So let's get some people in the Zoom. Let me put the link here. If you want to call in, you want to talk a little bit about something. There's the Zoom link. Now I'm gonna pin this to top. Okay. So if you're gonna come in and join on the Zoom meeting, here are the rules of the Zoom. Okay. Mute yourself when you come in. Number one. Number two, if you're going to if you're going to talk, have it less than 1 minute or under. Be consciously aware 1 minute or under on what your comment is or question is. Okay, we don't want to hear life stories. Like, I'm not being an ass here. I want to keep this rolling with people so we can have a nice show here. So I'm giving you the opportunity to come in here, share some space. It'd be great to have you. I think you should be able to click on that link and I can let you in. And we did this last time. It was fun. So let's do it again. Anybody want to join in, click on that link. And if you're having issues, just let me know. But it should be good. What about, Cheryl's asking, what about 20? What about 20? 20 is tied to the word duality. It's tied to the word Mason. It's tied to the word Jesuit. It's tied to the word birthday. 20. 20 is tied to the element calcium. Calcium is what is in our bones and teeth. So that's what 20 is. 20 is matter. The word matter equals 20. Calcium, we turn into calcium. Bones and teeth, we get a bag of bones. Okay. So we have somebody coming in the Zoom here. I'm just going to give it a second. Just please mute yourself. We got somebody in here called Goodland. That's kind of a cool avatar. All right, there we go. We got somebody on here. Let me pop it up. You don't want to show yourself. That's totally fine. Goodland, go ahead. You're on the dance floor. Where are you calling from and what's your name?
Oh, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Well, I was just going to kind of see if it worked first, if I could get in.
Yep, you're in. Where are you calling from and what's your name?
I'm Yosemite, California.
Yosemite, the great state of California. Okay, cool. And your name?
Cheryl Williams.
Oh, Cheryl. Okay, nice to have you.
Yeah.
What's your question?
How are you? Oh, good. I don't know.
Okay, we got to keep this flowing. So you have a question?
Yeah.
I want to keep this flowing.
I have a little question, and it'll be really quick.
Sure.
So if a person's born on the very last day of the zodiac, would that mean anything?
I'm not sure. What do you mean on the last day of the zodiac?
Like the 20th, or tell me something about the 20th. I was born.
You were born on the day of the 20th?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know what your zodiac wheel would.
A lot more, but
I don't know what the zodiac wheel would look like. What's your birthday? Just a month and day.
3/20.
So March 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're the three of diamonds. So have you read about the three of diamonds?
No, I'm just learning.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'm gonna Stephen or Pamela. Can you both? Either one of you can you put it's all in the cards in there.com. So Cheryl, what you want to do is you want to go to it'sallinthecards.com. it's allinthecards.com, and you just go and click March 20th, your birthday, and go read about the three of diamonds. It's card number 29. Donald John Trump has the three of diamonds. Bernie Sanders has the three of diamonds. Kind of some big names on the world stage. The card means the apprentice, and it's tied to the Christ because in Christmas, the Six of Hearts, which is Christmas Day, is paired with the three of diamonds. So it's literally Jesus coming down to become the three of diamonds, which forms the Trinity, which is the pulse and the electromagnetic wave. So this is what you're tied to. But you're here to be an apprentice. The three of diamonds is a very successful card. In the deck, you can, like, what do you want to be? What do you want to be when you grow up? Like, imagine you're a kid right now. Forget about your past. Just like, what do you want to be when you grow up? These are the perspectives I would take into consideration.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I knew I was going to be a massage therapist.
Okay,
I
great.
am.
Awesome.
Logan.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Oh, you will. I appreciate you too. Thank you so very much for coming on here. All right. Anybody else want to come in here and talk some shop? Got the link up there. Zoom. You can click on that Zoom link, and you can. Oops. There we go. Anybody else want to come in and chat away? No? Okay. Well, I'll wait for somebody else to come in here, but let's get back to some of these questions. The link is at the very top. Oh, it's allinthecards.com. It's allinthecards.com. My friend Sharon's website. It's allinthecards.com. It's ITS. It's allinthecards.com. That's the website. All of you should go there and click on your birthday and read about the card. Don't just read it one time. Read it 10 times. Read it over and over. You know, like, think about, like, I use this a lot. Mozart, right? The great composer Mozart. What did Mozart do? He started composing at the age of 4. Do you think his parents made him practice? Probably every freaking day. Probably didn't want to practice some of the days. That's how he became so good. So if you want to get good at your position on the world stage, read about yourself over and over and over and study yourself over and over and over. And next thing you know it, you become the code that is automatically part of you, no matter which way you slice it. All right, we have somebody else on the world stage. Kevin C. Kevin C., I'm going to bring you in, brother. Go ahead, jump in. You're on mute right now, but go ahead and jump in. And what's your question, my friend?
Hey, Logan, it's Kevin. I'm from Wonder Lake, Illinois.
Okay.
I was just joining on the Zoom. I didn't have a question ready yet, but I wanted to make sure that I was able to get in and participate. But if I had to pop one off on the top of my head, just the Ace of Diamonds was mentioned earlier. My son's the Ace of Diamonds.
Beautiful.
Just if you want to touch on that a little bit, I could drum up a better question here in a little bit, though. Yeah,
well, the Ace of Diamonds being card number 27, and you got to look and see where that fits in the context of the charts and et cetera, et cetera. But the Ace of Diamonds is tied to the dragonfly in the medicine cards. 27 is tied to the word heaven. Heaven is in your brain. The word thalamus equals 27 in numerology. So heaven and thalamus are a direct match in Chaldean numerology. And it's tied to also Jupiter. It's tied to currency. All these words equal 27. Sports, religion, they're all 27. They're all inside your brain. And the Ace of Diamonds is tied to the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Okay, it's tied to the Great, because Khufu's 27. And this Ace of Diamonds...
How is that related to Giza?
Because Khufu is the name of the pyramid, and Khufu is 27 in numerology.
Okay.
Okay, and the Ace of Diamonds has the pyramid right on it. The letter A looks just like a pyramid, doesn't it?
100%.
Yeah, of course. So the Ace of Diamonds they're like the seed plant. Any aces, Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, Ace of Hearts, you people are the seed planters. Okay? The Ace of Diamonds especially, it's, Lucy in the sky with diamonds, so it represents the waters above, the ether above. And it's the energy coming down. So it's go ahead.
My wife and I got married on the 27th of July.
Okay,
so
there you go. 20 to 20.
The connections I have are insane.
I bet.
From what you've taught me, man, if there's something I can say to everyone right now, go decode yourself. I know a lot of people don't do it. It's very obvious.
Yeah, of course.
Once you go do it, it'll blow your mind away. Dates of important things that happen to you, just connected, and just compared to your date numerology and all that. It's just keep digging at yourselves, people. That's what I want to say. Yep.
Good words of wisdom there. I would definitely concur 1000%. Kevin C., thanks for the participation and calling in. And the Ace of Diamonds the Ace of Diamonds is my Venus card. So what does that mean? Well, let me just quickly show all of you how this works here with the cards of illumination. So I'm going to go to the chart here, and right here is, let me get my cursor so you can see my cursor. Hang on a sec. Okay, so now I have my little red cursor. You can see it moving around. So over here to the right side is the boilerplate chart for ground zero. Like when you came out of the womb, and whatever year you came out of the womb at, this is where your card is placed. And over here on the left side is called the Master Spirit configuration. This is your handler card, the way your mind operates. And so the way to find your two cards, your two primaries, is you first start over here where your Master Life configuration is. And for example, Kevin's sun is the Ace of Diamonds. So there it is right here in the Jupiter line, but it's also in the Neptune line. So it's ruled by Jupiter and Neptune through this card system. It sits in space number 28. Okay, that's going to be a little more advanced. But then we want to find what is paired with this card. Well, we find the same card on the spirit side, and it's this Two of Diamonds. Okay, the Two of Diamonds and the Ace of Diamonds are the two primary cards for your sun, Kevin, and anybody else that has a Two of Diamonds. Now, if you're a Two of Diamonds, you would be here, and then you'd be the Six of Clubs. Your spirit card would be the Six of Clubs. These are the two primary cards for the majority of you. But what you want to take a look at is where your Venus card is. So if you want to talk about love, you got to get into Mars and Venus. And I'm going to use the Ten of Diamonds for my example here. The Ten of Diamonds is the very center point of this chart. And it's ruled by Jupiter and Jupiter twice, longitudinally and latitudinally. It's the Jupiter card. This is tied to the operating system. The Ten of Diamonds. It's called the Fortunate Blessings card. And what you want to do is you move one space over. Here is the Ten of Diamonds. It's Mercury card. So you'd be the sun. Anytime you start with this system, you become the sun. And the sun, following the sun, is the planet Mercury. So the Eight of Spades would be the Mercury card for the Ten of Diamonds. And then, of course, what's after Mercury? Venus. So the Ace of Hearts is the Venus card for the Ten of Diamonds. And then we go to Mars, and the Ace of Diamonds becomes the Mars card for the Ten of Diamonds. So when you're looking at love and whatnot, ladies and gentlemen, this is a way to observe this reality through these cards of illumination. The Mars, the Venus, you also have the Jupiter, the Saturn, the Neptune, the Pluto. There are many layers to this system. It's very complex, of course, but you simplify, and then, you simplify it by just focusing on, first and foremost, your two primary cards, what you're looking through. And I will bet each and every one of you, when you read the two cards that you are, if you have them, I will bet that they probably describe you near to 100%. And this is coming from an author who's my friend who never met you. So how can somebody that never met you be able to describe you to almost 100% accuracy? Because she's tapped into the code, and the code is the source code. And the code is the code. And that's it. All right, so that's how you read these cards and how you get your two primary cards. It's very simple. I've sent these graphics to countless people. And then you can even get into the spaces. I have the bingo chart here. So all these spaces are numbered. So then you get into advanced decode, like what space do you sit on? That number may become significant to you. If you're the Ten of Diamonds, you're going to sit in space number 25. All right, and so what does the number mean to you? Maybe the house number you live in is exactly on the space that your card's at. And then you maybe need to pay more attention to the card you're at, the card you're with, and then, how about you and your wife or your husband or your boyfriend or your girlfriend? What space are they on? And you add the two spaces up. What number does that have in your life? It may have some significance. All right, so that's how you look through these layers with the cards of illumination. All right, let's bring somebody else in. We have Helena. Did I say that right? Helena? Jelena? Jelani? Go ahead, you can unmute yourself. Going once. Anybody else on? Let me see, do I have anybody else here? No? I think you got to unmute yourself. Oh, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. So anyway, we'll wait for her to pop in, or him. I'm not sure if it's a male or female. Let's get back to some of your questions here. See, I'm going to give you guys some words of encouragement. I'm going to give you guys and gals, I'm going to give you some things to consider. I'm not going to say, I'm not, these are just suggestions. Some things to consider. If you were to take the next 6 months, if you were to dedicate the next 6 months of your life, and your dedication was to decode yourself, not anybody else, but you, and you trust me, 6 months will go by so quick. But you start to just dedicate your life to decoding yourself. What you will end up doing, the objective here, the advantage of doing that, is you would raise your frequency. You would raise your consciousness. And what ends up happening is you're sending out a pulse of energy. And when you send that pulse of energy, it creates a ripple. And the ripple gets felt by, it gets absorbed by other people. And this is where you get into the law of attraction aspect. So if you take the next 6 months, you take yourself out, like some of you are on the dating scene right now. Some of you are on the dating scene right now and you haven't even healed from your other relationship. You're still embedded in your other relationship. You still haven't let go and done the shadow work of your other relationship. And you set yourself out on the market. You haven't raised your consciousness. You just want to jump into the next relationship because you're used to doing this and doing that with a partner. But if you were just to say, you know what, I'm going to take myself off the market for the next 6 months, and I'm going to dedicate a large portion of my time into decoding myself, decoding the house I live in, my high school mascot, the hospital I was born in, the phone number of the hospital I was born in, the address of the hospital I was born in, the current address of my home, current address of my apartment, the year I was born, my life path. I mean, there's my social, you can take your social security number and decode it. You can add up all the digits. What number does it come out to? Does that have any significance in your life? And then you create a chart. I know I get a lot of people, they send me and it's hard. Like they want me to look at their charts. Like, man, I don't have the time to, I don't know offense, but like, how can I read what you got scribbled on a piece of paper or all this stuff? You send me mounds of information and I love it, but it's like, I can't go through all this stuff without knowing what I'm looking at. This is meant for you and you only. Your specific cosmic code. It's yours. But if you just take the next 6 months and you put it into decoding you, you will probably, more than likely, raise your consciousness and you'll level up. And then when you say, you know what, I'm going to go out there and put myself on the market, your consciousness will be leveled up a little bit and you will start to send a ripple out onto the world stage to attract somebody on that same ripple. But if you don't do the work of the shadow, if you don't get rid of the past baggage, if you don't decode yourself, you're just going to continually put out the same pulse, the same ripple that you put out in the last relationship. And you're going to get the same exact relationship you got the last time because you didn't level up. So it's very important, I think, ladies and gentlemen, to take into consideration, not saying this is absolute, take it into consideration that if you're single, stay single for a while. Get rid of your baggage. Level up, decode yourself, and become the higher version of yourself. And then when you feel like you've done the work, then maybe you want to take a stab at it. Just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. All right. Let's see, do we have anybody else?
Hey, Logan, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that? TJ, go ahead, brother.
This is Jelani.
Oh, Jelani, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So to just introduce myself real quick, my name is Jelani Anderson.
Okay.
I'm born on the 49th day of the year, 2-18.
Uh-huh.
And I basically discovered scripted reality just from studying gematria and my own code deeply. And basically, like, there were scenarios that played out in my life when I was with my ex-girlfriend. And I was just like, okay, no fucking way, dude. My life is totally scripted. I live in a simulation. And me and her both kind of awakened to it together. And what's interesting is you were just talking about, like, twin flames, like, relationships and how you have to, like, change your frequency to, like, be with the right person. And I basically learned all that stuff. Like, it was a lot of shadow work in that relationship. But I want to go back to my birthday real quick because that's like how I figured out this reality is scripted.
Mm-hmm.
So, I had an eye surgery, right? It's a cornea transplant in my right eye, and that was on 2-7, 2022, which is exactly 227 months after my birthday. And when I was with my ex-girlfriend in Arizona, by the way, AZ's 27 in English, we got room 227 in this hotel we checked in, and then a week later we got room 227 in another hotel. And I'm born on the 49th day of the year. 227 is the 49th prime. So my life is fucking scripted.
Yeah.
Nobody can tell me it's not.
Yeah. Well, those are beautiful things. And, so what do you do with this when you know it's scripted? You're able to surrender and say, I'm not in control and I'm free. You see, you trying to be in control, you're not free. That's what happens. People try to be in control. You're not free. So when you surrender, it doesn't mean you just like give up on life and become a slob. No, you now like, okay, well now I'm just going to surrender. I'm going to let the spirit run me and I'm going to be this amazing creator, right? Now you take it one step further. Now you know the script in front of you. Now you start to study the power of the 7 of diamonds, which is your birth card, and the 9 of hearts, right? So the 7 of diamonds being the 33rd card in the deck, it's the analyzer. I mean, it's tied to the Christ energy, and the 9 of hearts is what it pairs with. It's a Saturn-Venus combination. The 9 of hearts is the Pandora's box card. So you have the Christ and the Pandora's box, and they go hand in hand. They go hand in hand, yeah. So the Christ experience is coming down into Pandora's box and playing it out. This is what you're dealing with. And then you got to figure out, what your partner is as well and how you commingle. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect example. Like, there are no accidents. Everybody, if you're with somebody right now, are you all in? That's the big question I would throw out there for all of you. Are you all in, and do you have both feet in the circle in this relationship? Some of you do not. You're looking on the outskirts like something better is going to come along. Then why are you in that relationship? You're either in or you're out. So don't have both feet in. I mean, don't have one foot in, one foot out. If you're going to go all in, decode your partner and make the decision. Like, when you decode your partner and you realize if you have decoded it, holy shit, this is my freaking soul. This is my twin flame. Maybe you're with your twin flame and you're not all in right now because you think something better is going to come along. But this is it for you. You see, once you know, once you see it, sometimes we just need the confirmation to then say, I'm all in. I'm going to go all in, baby. And then nothing freaking matters. Everything melts away and you become one. And now your life takes off like a rocket. And now now there's no secrets. Now you're going to tell your partner, you won't fib. Hey, guess what? This is it. Everything. And there's no trust issues and everything melts away because you're all in. Many of you listening to this, you're not all in your relationships. And I get it because I've been there. I've been in this position of not being all in. But when you study the code and realize just what he has stated here, that my life is scripted, and then you start to study your partner's code, and you realize that's scripted, and then you realize that you're supposed to be with your partner right now. Is this a twin flame connection? Is this a soulmate connection? Will it last? You never know. You're never going to know if it's going to last. But what if this is the person? What if this is the one? Most people that get into love, they want it to last. Oh, this is the one. Many of you have said that this is the one. This is the one that's going to be forever. Well, but you're not all in. So your talk is cheap. Talk is smack, man. You're either going to follow your talk or you're not. So if this is the one, then you might as well tell the one everything about you. All your little secrets and hidden mysteries. Tell them all that or tell her all that. Because this is your connection. And the more they know, the more they're going to trust you. And then you remove and melt away the world around you. And you have so much more bliss in life, folks. That's how I see it anyway. That's how I see it. But anyway, thanks for the call. Can you say your name again? Jelani?
Jelani.
Yeah. Cool name. Cool name. Yeah, cool name. Thanks for checking in, brother. I appreciate you.
Of course. You have a good one.
Thanks, you too. All right, TJ, you're up, brother. Is it TJ? TJ, go ahead. You can jump in anytime you want. There you go. TJ, go ahead. Can't hear you, but we're looking at a doorway here, I think. Can't hear you. Oh, there we go. Can't hear you though, TJ. It says you're trying to connect. Okay, you haven't connected to the audio yet, so just give it a second. Don't be patient. It says it's still connecting to audio. So if you're on your phone, it looks like you're not connecting to your audio, so it may not be. Well, just give it a second. Just give us a shout out when you're ready. I'll put you back on. But you're not connected to audio yet. All right. So just be patient. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Yep. Perfect. Go ahead. You're on the dance floor. TJ, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
Cool. All right. Where are you calling from, TJ?
I'm calling from Washington, Tacoma, Washington.
Oh, Tacoma, the great state of Washington. Okay, great. What's your question, my friend?
My question is, so learning to use how you taught us or taught everyone to use two systems of like astrology, the Western and the Vedic.
Yep.
Would you overlay, since I'm a double Gemini in both systems, would you overlay the nakshatras on the Western or still stick to the deacons?
No, I would stick to I would overlay the chakras onto the tropical. Yes. What do you mean you're a double Gemini? What do you mean by that?
I'm a late Gemini in tropical, but I'm an early Gemini in Vedic.
Okay, so you must be June 17th, 18th, 16th, something like that?
17th.
17th, okay. Okay, so you're going to be a Gemini straight up. Makes it easy because you just have this heavy Gemini. So your root and your crown are Gemini. But then you got to take a look at what house Gemini is in that, and then is there any planetary positions there? You're going to be all the zodiac signs. Every single one of you listening to this, no matter what your position is in astrology, you will be all 12 signs. Even if a house is empty, you're still going to have that energy being played out in whatever house it's in. So where's your Gemini located at, TJ?
In the house system is what you mean?
Yeah, what house is it in the sidereal and tropical? It's going to be probably different.
In tropical, it's in the 11th. In
Okay.
Vedic,
10th.
It would be the 10th, I think.
Yep. So now you have the 10th and the 11th through Gemini, and it's going to be both. So we know that the 10th house is ruled by Kronos and the 11th is ruled by Uranus, the daddy of Kronos. So you have the 11th house and it's Aquarius and Capricorn. So you have a blend of being structured and then not being structured. So it may be like, you may want structure in your life, but if you look at your life, you may be structured and then you're not structured. Your voice, your communication, structured and not structured. Right? And you may be like you may be like outlandish by the way you speak because Uranus has no rules and regulations. Saturn is all about rules and regulations. So it's going to be, which is it? Is it going to be a push-pull? Is it contraction, expansion with these two houses? And then you got to take a look at whatever planets are there as well. And then you got to look at your birth cards, et cetera, and take a look at everything you possibly can. But the Gemini energy is beautiful because you're here to communicate. You're here to be a creator. I would imagine you're some kind of artist or something, right? Is that what you do for a living?
No, but I'm very into art and I'm trying to learn to use it in a way to create, I guess, and maybe get something out of it.
Okay.
Or not even that, just be creative.
Okay, so let me just, not to put you on the spot, so just humor me. We're just having fun, right? What do you want to be when you grow up?
I used to want to be a pro skateboarder, but I'm older now, so.
Okay, so wait a minute, are you saying that you just because you're older now, you can't be a pro skateboarder?
No, it's just body's gotten older and like
I see.
can't skate the way I used to. I can't the level I used to be able.
I got you. Okay, cool. So you're limited from the physical aspect. So what do you want to be when you grow up? Let's just consider you're a 6-year-old right now. What are we doing in life?
Now,
Yep.
I mean, in my current state, a healer.
Okay, so you just wait a minute. Are you saying that you just because you're older now, you can't be a hold on 1 second. I can't mute you. So Seema Dragoon, can you just mute yourself? Yeah, there you go. Okay, go ahead, TJ.
Now, I guess a healer is what I would really want to be, like having pain from.
Hang on
skateboarding.
a second. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, go ahead. You want to be a healer?
Yes, because now from skateboarding, having pain, like I've been having body issues, and I've been learning to deal with that through diet, through muscle or like massage, different tons of different techniques.
Okay, cool. So Geminis are great at communication, creative arts. You know, Gemini represents the Kundalini, the rising of the Kundalini. It represents the Trinity because it's the three. Gemini's the three. So it's the Empress card in the tarot, which means creation. So you're here to procreate something. So if you want to be a healer, great. You know, maybe if do you have any energy in the 7th house and the 6th house, you want to take a look at that. What's in your Virgo house? Those are things you want to take in. Okay, well, that's perfect. So right there, your emotions are involved in perfection. So you can take that energy and move it. So I want you to, can I suggest something to you?
Yeah.
My suggestion to you is, what do you want to be when you grow up? Number one, you said healer. Okay, great. Now you need to define the healer aspect. I don't want you to come from a perspective of what you have right now. I want you to actually do a window shopping of your spirit. What does your spirit want to do? Not coming from a perspective of what you have right now, material. Forget all that garbage. Focus on 5 years from now. What's TJ doing? And you have no limitations. What's TJ doing? A lot of people are in crypto. They're going to make 10, 20, they're going to have 10, $20 million in the bank. What are we doing with that money? Right? Like instantly overnight when it finally goes to where it's supposed to go. I think anyway. So I want you to come from that space. You got $20 million in the bank, TJ. What are we doing now, brother? What are we going to create? That's the space I'd like you to come from a creative standpoint. That's what a kid will do. They don't have limitations. They don't know what bills are. They have no limitation. They have no aches and pains, pretty much. That's where I'm going to suggest you come from. And then once you finally get that image in your mind, you reverse engineer it and you just allow it to happen. But the key is not having any expectations. So you may become a healer, but you may become a healer through the voice versus the hands. Maybe you become a teacher and you tell people. And do you know what your human design is?
Manifester?
Dude, you're a freaking manifester, man. You got the genie lamp in your hand, man. So now you're somebody who should be meditating, and visualization should be a standard in your life. You hold the genie lamp. Like you literally hold the genie lamp in your hand. All you manifestors, you hold the genie lamp. So your thoughts are so powerful. So with a Gemini and how much energy is coming into you right now, manifester, I would be meditating 10, 15 minutes every single day, doing creative visualization, having an objective on that visualization, figuring out, okay, what is 5 years from now, 2028? What does it look like for you? What do you want it to look like? What do you want to be when you grow up? And then you create that picture and you visualize on it every freaking single day. Every day you do it and you create some vision boards, et cetera, to make sure you enforce this confirmation that you want to be. Accept no excuses, no limitations. Because if you feel like you're born to be a healer, and I mean, Moon and Virgo, I mean, come on, hello. You know, like if this is what you want to be, then go do it. Don't tell anybody you're going to go do it. Just go do it. But create your vision board, do your visualization, et cetera, et cetera. And you could be whatever it is you want to be. Don't look at what you have currently right now. That's just going to deter you, or could deter you from what you want to be. Your code is very specific, right? Geminis, they're great communicators, very great in the artistic fields, healing fields, et cetera. Currency, electricity, all that stuff. Go study the Empress card. Get yourself invested in the Empress card in the tarot. Go study that card, read about it, study it, read it, study it, read it. That's the creator, the Empress. She gives birth to things. If you want to give birth to healing people, you're going to find some solace in that. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, brother. And give us some feedback, man. Come back and let us know how you're doing.
Oh, of course I will. I watch almost all of your things.
Thank you for the support. I appreciate it, man. Sending you a ton of love up there in Washington, all right, man? So go do what you got to do. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, man. All right. Best of luck to you, man. All right. We have anybody else coming in here? We got Seema. You have to unmute yourself. And we have Kim. I don't know who wants to come in here. Someone want to unmute themselves? Kim?
I'm here. I'm unmuted.
Hey, Kim. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks for joining. Where are you from? Where are you calling from? Where are you at?
Oh, I'm calling from California, San Diego.
Oh man, I love San Diego.
I know.
Where in San Diego are you though? Because there's like a lot of parts of San Diego. Where about?
East County out there in the lakeside area.
Oh, nice. Lakeside. Okay, cool. Doesn't matter where San Diego's freaking amazing.
It is. The weather is just.
You guys are getting a lot of rain too, because LA's like soaked, right?
Yeah, and part of La Jolla Cliffs fell off over by the Black's Beach.
Oh,
area.
wow. Okay.
You're familiar with it?
Yeah, of course. I got friends that live. Yeah.
Big chunk of the cliff there fell off last week, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Real recent. We just saw it on the news, so it's really recent.
Okay.
It's on, yeah. So check that out if you have anybody that lives in that area.
Welcome to the dance floor. What's your question, Kim? What do you got?
My question is, where can I book a reading with you?
Reading, yeah, you'd email me that. Just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and just request that. I do everything by email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and then we start there.
Okay, and I had to write these down. My second question is, I have always been told that I have healing hands. I have Aries and Chiron. I don't know what that means. I had a natal reading done, and she told me something about having Aries and Chiron, but I didn't understand it. I was wondering if you might know how to explain it better.
Yeah, I'd have to look at your chart. I'd have to look at your chart, but go ahead.
Eight of Diamonds, and how do I find my second card?
8 of Diamonds is going to be the Queen of Spades. Okay, that's going to be your spirit card. The Queen of Spades. The Queen of Spades is the Queen of Swords, and the Queen of Swords doesn't take any shit. She's like able to cut through everything. So your mind is like able to cut through things and see the bullshit. Like you have a bullshit meter, right? And the 8 of Diamonds is a great card because as long as you're willing to work for whatever it is you want to work for, you will have success. It's a guaranteed success kind of card. But the reason why people that are like, 'cause there are people out there that 8 of Diamonds that don't have success and they'd be like, Logan's full of it. Yeah, because you haven't applied the foundation to get your success. You got to work for it. The 8 of Diamonds. Okay. What was I looking for? The card.
My second card, maybe?
No, you were saying the Aries. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Aries and Chiron.
Yeah. So Chiron's going to be your wound, and maybe, just maybe. See, Chiron, typically people will. Do you have anything else there with Chiron in Aries?
You know, I don't remember. I know I have a lot of Aries. I really don't remember my natal chart. It was done a while ago.
Okay. Well,
But,
I mean,
if I book a meeting, I can find that out, right?
Yeah, of course. Aries is the first sign. It's numero uno, and it's tied to this card, the Magician. So if you think you have healing hands, well, I mean, that kind of says everybody has this now. But it's like, what's in this house of Aries? What house is it in? What's across the way from it? What nakshatra is it in? These are all the layers we need to take into consideration based upon your cosmic blueprint. But it's really, I don't want to be assumptive here. But if you have the healing hands, Chiron is the wounded warrior. So people look at Chiron and like, oh, this is where your wound is. Yeah, but maybe you're healed to heal the wounds of other people through magic. And you can do this with the healing hands.
I've had my hands on people, and I was, in that zone, and they were able to feel and ask me if I could do that again. So,
okay, cool.
I know that I can send out some type of heat energy, something like that, and I can sense where people hurt.
Oh, okay. Okay, and what's your birthday again? Just month and day.
Oh, July 7th.
July 7th. Okay, you got the 77. So that 77 is tied to iridium and the iris of the eye, and you could probably be really good at iridology. You ever considered that?
Yeah. Okay.
You may be good at iridology.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, if you fancy it, if you look at it, you're like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. Well, iris is 77. So those of you that are born on July 7th, you can take that into consideration with iridology. That's kind of how I would look at it. And then this 8 of Diamonds, again, as long as you define what it is you want to do, you'll have success at it, but you got to go work for it. You can't ride coattails of anybody else. You need to do it on your own. Self-sufficient kind of person.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember that.
Makes sense?
And makes sense. And I think I already put that. How do I find my second card? Did you? It's the 8 of Spades.
The Queen of Spades.
Queen of Spades. Queen. I got the 8 from the
Queen of Spades, which is card 51. Yep.
51.
Yep. So the 51 may be a proficient in your life. The 34 may be proficient in your life. That forms the 51, and the 34 is going to give you the 84. The 84 may be efficient in your life. Something is the 84. All these numbers are going to be maybe coming into your life. And what does it mean? I don't know at this point because, I don't know what's going on in your life. So.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will be looking you up real soon. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in, and all love to San Diego. I love it over there. So, all right. So thanks for thanks
Maybe
Kim
we'll
for
see you someday. Bye.
much love to you over there in San Diego, Kim. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks.
All right, Sima Dragoon.
Buenas noches.
Buenas
Hola,
noches.
amigo.
Buenas noches. Bueno.
It's a pleasure
Bueno,
to be
gracias.
with you, Logan. I'm calling you from Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, awesome. I love all you Australians, man. One of my really good friends is from that area. So it just seems like Australia just keeps coming. More and more energy comes from Australia. I love it.
Oh, look, I think so many people from Australia, we all have, parents from all over the world. So we're
Sure.
just like one big melting pot.
Yeah, sure.
Look, Kim pretty much answered a question that I was going to ask you, which was pretty much, look, everything that you say and do, it resonates a lot with me. I'm a new subscriber to your channel, so I greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it, and I think I speak for many other people as well. Big shout out to all the moderators, everyone in on the chat. Pamela Swan, if you can hear me. I see you in lots of other chats. You are awesome. Hello to you. But basically, like I said, Kim pretty much answered a question I was going to ask, which was after seeing you on your channel and hearing everything that you do, I was like, oh, would I be able to get a reading done from you? So you pretty much answered, Kim, what I wanted to know. Like I've got your email address, so it'd be good to have a reading done from you. So I was born May 27th. I'm a Gemini.
I got that 27. I love it.
So I pretty much just wanted to jump on and just say, hey, I think you're awesome, mate. Thank you very, very much for all your time. It is greatly appreciated.
You're welcome, man. So May 27th?
That's correct.
Yeah, so you got the 5 of clubs, right?
Look, I've got no idea.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You got the 5 of clubs, and then your spirit card is the 5 of hearts. So you're kind of like this your heavy 5 energy, and this combination of cards is really tied to the restless mind and the restless heart. So it's like you got ants in your pants. You can't sit still. Yeah. So you got to own that, and anybody that's involved in your life needs to understand that's how you're going to show up. You're going to have this restlessness to you. You need a lot of space. You probably need to go on a lot of adventures to find and satisfy the itches that are always coming into your mind.
Very, very true. My energy levels have always been pretty through the roof.
Yep.
You and I are on the same, pretty much around the same age. My last relationship was 3 years ago, and I broke up with that girl. She was lovely, but we didn't have the same energy. You can love someone, you can have the same interests, but if they're not in the same energy level, it was, the age that I'm at now, I'm in my late 40s. I've worked with people in their 20s, early 30s, late 20s, and my energy levels have just surpassed, gone over and beyond. So I don't feel my age. I feel a lot younger than I am, and I can tell just by looking at you. You and I kind of look vaguely similar. I can tell you're the same. You've got a lot of energy. I can just see it just looking at your eyes. I don't know if you can see me. I tried activating the video, but
no, we can't.
I'm very new to Zoom. I actually downloaded Zoom during your call just so I had the opportunity to talk to you.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. Maybe next time. But you kind of gave the description. I mean, I know the 27 so well, so you're always, no matter what, you're the 5 of clubs, but you're going to have this ace of diamonds because it's the 27th card in the deck. So you're going to have this currency to you. You have a lot of currency running through you, and you must do something with it, which is kind of like why you have so much energy, ants in your pants. And as I mentioned, you got to find somebody that is going to appreciate this adventure streak in you. You probably like to go on these adventures. You're really a risk taker, maybe somebody who really wants to get out there and do these things. And you'd be the guy like, I'll sign up and do that when other people are afraid to sign up and do it, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I've always said I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Life is too short. I lost my father a few years ago to cancer. Ever since he died, I lost my best friend.
And as I mentioned,
hang on a second. I gotta mute somebody. Hang on a second. Oh, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Seema.
Yeah, I think I did. I think I did that to you before, being new to Zoom. And
That's
I
okay.
realized my mic was still on.
That's okay.
So yeah, pretty much. I realized life is short, Logan. So it's what can I say? I've just got to, I want to get out there and do it. I've got lots of energy to burn. So but look, I just wanted to. I don't want to take up too much of your time because your stream has gone for over 2 hours. I've enjoyed every single moment of it.
Thank you.
It's been brilliant, and also being new to your channel, it's been a real breath of fresh air. Just listening to you and watching your videos. I speak for everyone when I say this. We are extremely lucky to have you in
Thanks.
our I don't know how to explain it, but just in our life. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. And I hope one day in the future I get to bump heads with you and buy you a vodka one day.
Something, yeah. I'm all down for any of that stuff, man. Well, I appreciate the kind words, and the love is really well received. How did you find this channel? How did you find all of us? Because I'm taking everybody with me. So how did you find us?
I'll let you know how it started. First, it was Max Egan. As you know, Max Egan was in Australia.
Yep.
He went to Mexico, and then from there, Jason from Archaics.
Okay.
From Jason from the Archaics channel, found Campbell from.
Oh yeah, Campbell from Autodidactic. Yep,
then,
Campbell's great.
Yeah, and then your name came up. I was like, oh, hang on, because when you're in a live chat, everyone is throwing out links to everybody.
Yeah.
Decode Your Reality, and I'm thinking, oh, who's this guy? And then as soon as I saw your first live stream, I was like, oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
And things happen for a reason.
Yeah.
I'm a great believer in that. So yeah, really happy I found your channel. That's how I found you. Just a few stepping stones to find you, pretty much.
Great. Yeah. Well, you found some really good key people. I mean, Campbell's great. Jason's great. Max Egan, I used to listen to a long time ago. I haven't really been following his stuff, but he's been influencing a lot of people for many, many years. That's the Crow's Nest, right? So, he's got a lot of people.
Yeah. The Crow House.
Oh, the Crow House. Yeah, exactly. Where in Mexico is he located at? Do you know?
Acapulco, I think.
He's in Acapulco.
He always walks through the Secret Garden. I know he's doing the conference, the meetup next month. I'm not sure exactly his location. I mean, if I knew exactly his location, I wouldn't be saying it on YouTube or
I get it.
Stream call.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But and I think because of him, I think there's going to be a lot of gringos reaching Mexico because of him. Everyone wants to relocate. I mean, hey, I'm a gringo as well. I'm Italian and Maltese. That's my username, Semidragon. It means sky dragon in Maltese. So I'd love to be one of those people. I would love to relocate, get out of here. But you look, I'm happy where I am at the moment. But I do want to travel. And like I said, if I ever hit Mexico, especially that bar that you mentioned, with all the Tesla coils in healing.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It was pretty surreal tonight for me to see all that in one space. And finally seeing these med beds, because these have been talked about. It's just like a dream come true, really. So, but thanks for joining in. Make sure you follow. The list is not complete without following Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto, my good friend Jordan. So if you haven't followed his channel, he does a live. His main thing was cryptocurrency, but he's moved kind of a lot away from that, and he's moved into really the healing space, helping people along their journey. And he has a lot of beautiful words of wisdom to say. Try to catch his live every Saturday. He does a live around. Okay. He's always changing it, but he's a great person to follow. So you may want to check him out.
I will do. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure I saw that name pop up in the live chat earlier. So absolutely. Yeah. Cool. Subscription will do.
Awesome. All right, brother. Well, much love to you over there in Australia. You have a fan, because I love Australia. I've never been, but I have a lot of Australian friends now. So I'm really appreciative of all you Aussies. Yeah. Yeah. So cheers to you, man. Really, and I hope to finally meet you one day. That'd be great. Thanks for calling in.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, man. All the best. Okay, cool.
Bye.
All the best.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. We have one more caller here. Bam Silver. Go ahead, my friend.
How you doing, Jordan? No.
Logan, yeah.
I'm thinking I was on Jordan.
That's all right, man. People, I get emails from people. Hey, Jordan. I get people saying Jordan. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix. All right. Great. Okay.
Yeah, so
what's your question?
Queen of Clubs.
Nice.
And I've been following you for about a couple of years now. I've just been popping in here and there.
Cool. Thank you for the support.
I in the Vedic, I believe it's weird because my chart in the Vedic is exactly the opposite of my tropical. So I'm a Sagittarius sun.
What's your wait, hold on. What's your month and day? What's your birthday?
12/6.
What is it?
December 6th.
December 6th. So you're the Queen of Clubs. Okay, December 6th. Okay, so you're going to be a Sagittarius Scorpio then.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. Awesome.
And then I've been getting into charting and doing things like that, and to me it's like balance because I'm totally water, like in my top 3 in my tropical. No, fire in my tropical. Top 3 is fire, and then my top 3 in Vedic is exactly water, and those ones. So,
okay. What's your rising sign in the Vedic?
The rising in Vedic, I believe, is a Pisces.
What degree?
That I don't know.
Okay. That's okay. We don't need to go look it up. That's fine. So you're Pisces rising in the Vedic, and you're going to be you're going to be Aquarius. I'm not Aquarius. You're going to be Aries. You're going to be Aries in the tropical. Okay. Which one do you resonate more with the rising? Are you more of a leader, or are you more of a mystic, or are you a little bit of both?
A little bit of both, but I would lean more to the Aries, more of a leader.
Okay, cool. So you're kind of like that competition guy then, right? You got to be first in everything you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. See, people got to own this shit, man. If you're a competitive kind of person, then own that. Like, it's okay to be that. Don't let anybody try to say you're too competitive. Well, piss off, man. That's my code. You don't have to say it that way, but you know what I'm saying. And the Queen of Clubs, man. I mean, you're super. Queen of Clubs is. I mean, it's the queen of the mind. It's the queen of the hive mind. It's the cause. It's super smart, super psychic, super intelligent. And you got the 10.
That's what a lot of people try to tell me. They tell me that I how did you know that before? I said I don't know. I just speak.
Yeah, you just tap into so you have telekinetic powers. You're psychic. I look at the Queen of Clubs card, this energy as like. If I had to relate it to the X-Men, the movie, there's a character on the X-Men called Jean Grey. And Jean Grey is like the most powerful. And when Wolverine tries to control her, and eventually in one of the movies, she ends up blowing up because she can't handle her power. And that's how I correlate Jean Grey to the cards. It's the Queen of Clubs. So you have this massive amount of power. You're tied to the operating system, so that says it all. You got the 3 of Hearts as you want to become more of the 3 of Hearts because this 3 of Hearts is the card of celebration, right? Okay. It's the Trinity of fire. It's the pulse of light with the electromagnetic wave following behind it. But let me just show you let me show you how beautiful this is. I mean, you want to talk about like straight up the photograph. Those of you that are Queen of Clubs. Just like Santos Bonacci, you can imagine, like, think of the energy he has to deal with. He's got like so much energy in his 7th house. It's ridiculous. Like, that's why people like, I can't stand that part of, folks, go live his life, man. Like you should see the energy he's got. Whoo! He's got to deal with that kind of energy, man, and it can be so tough. It doesn't excuse his behavior and some of the things he does. I don't like some of the stuff he does, but I get it because he's this human being having this experience. But here is the 3 of Cups, the 3 of Hearts. This is your spirit card, and there's the Trinity right there. There in the middle, the goblet in the middle is the pulse of light, and then the 2 goblets on either side is the transverse electromagnetic wave. And there's your Trinity right there. This is the operating system of light. The 3 of Cups. This is the 39th card in the deck, tied to Lucifer. We got the devil coming in here. Yeah, the light bringer. You're the light. It's the light bringer, bringing you the game of life. And so you have the 10 of diamonds that follows you around as well. So you have money following you around. So you're going to attract.
I understand that.
Yeah, you're going to have money following you around. 10 of diamonds, fortunate blessings. So you should embrace that. And if you feel like, hey, I like nice things, I like to be in luxury and comfort, it's all going to depend a lot about where your Venus placement is, what your Taurus placement is, Saturn. But if you feel like, hey, man, I have all these opportunities coming in here, and maybe as a teen, as a young adult, maybe your parents were teaching you, hey, money don't grow on trees, and you were barely making it and you were barely surviving. You know, these things can happen, and that programs you and it takes you away from your true essence of your code. Well, you got to scrape away those layers and be like, hey man, I got money following me around. I'm going to embrace that. And then of course what you do with it is going to be the deciding factor on either creating a utopia or a dystopia.
Okay.
Pretty simple.
And then you said my Venus, I looked at it just now. It was it's Sagittarius.
Your Venus is in Sagittarius. Okay. What house?
My Venus is, let's see, I have it right here. Look, I really don't know how to read the chart, but it's Venus.
And this is in tropical or Vedic?
Tropical.
Okay. So your Venus is in Sagittarius. And that means it's going to be in Scorpio in the sidereal probably.
Okay.
So you're going to be a blend of both. So you go. What I would do is, because we're limited on time and I want to get some people in here, go research Venus in Scorpio, Venus in Sagittarius. Go read about that. You're going to have millions of hits on that. Go read about that and see what resonates with you. Because Venus is the planet of love. She wants to be comfortable. She wants comfortable surroundings. Sagittarius is going to be the one that seeks the higher mind. Scorpio is going to be seeking the secrets of life. So it's just going to be a variation of both the secrets, and you want all the wisdom and all the knowing. So you're going to have a blend of some Jupiter in there as well. So you got to take that into consideration.
Perfect.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for the support. I appreciate you. Bam. Bam. I love it. You get the bam silver.
I love it because you say it all the time.
Oh, that's why. Oh, man, that's so cool. All right,
Being
cool.
aware mentally, that's what I like to say.
Okay, cool. I love it. And the Silver City is what we're all living. All right, cool. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate you, man. I hope you got some information out of that. Who is up next to come on the dance floor? We got Total Recall. Oh, we got the great Ethan Rucker in the house. Go ahead, Ethan. You're up, brother.
Can you hear me, Logan?
Yeah, man. Loud and clear. What is up, my friend?
Not much. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Why don't you tell everybody what your YouTube channel is? Because I know a lot of people ask me, hey, what's Ethan's YouTube channel?
It's Total Recode. I tried searching it with my phone, somebody else's, a tablet. It's not coming up. I don't know what's going on with it. I had made the channel a while back.
You probably don't have enough content on there, brother. That's why.
Well, I've yet to post anything on there. I'm working on all these videos, but I got some good stuff, though.
I know you do.
Yeah, we're going to keep in theme tonight with your episode, your findings, and I got your name in this one here too.
Okay, cool. What you got, brother?
And obviously this goes very well with your last caller coming from Phoenix. So anytime I hear 50 or any number for that matter, just a specific phrase will come to mind. Anytime I hear 50, I automatically think to what is 1937-46, and that would just be 1 plus 9 is 10, so 10 10 10, and obviously that is your one of your infamous findings that's often overlooked. I wish more people would appreciate the complexity of that. And where I'm at right now, it is technically January 22nd, so 122. But if I were to ask what is 1937-46 and add all those together, that 102, that's going to give me 122. So
interesting.
Yeah, and then obviously the Phoenix equals 50 as well. But if we're going to simplify it as to what Phoenix is here, using your methodology, the words first cause come to mind. First cause deals in, it's a cosmological paradox. Won't really get into that, but Phoenix equals 36. So we're going to go right to the elements and see what that's going to give us. 36 is krypton.
Yep.
All right. Has an atomic weight of 83.798. And if anybody's followed Jason's work, 798 is a Phoenix year, just so happens to be. And anytime I see a prime number, I feel like the reduction has a lot more value than, like you're saying, just simple numerology where you're reducing. So that 83rd being a prime, that's going to reduce down to the 23rd down to the 9. So you'd almost observe that 36 is 369, and that 369 falls all within this whole collapse sequence here. Okay, but then the real clue with krypton comes from, and what's the image they have for krypton there? 86, right?
86, yeah.
Okay. 86 is radon. Radon equals 19.
19.
Logan equals 19, right? Okay. And the angel of death that Jason speaks about is Azrael. Just spelling that in English equals 19. Okay. 19 is the 8th prime. 8th represents that infinity cycle there.
Yep.
19 in pi appears at 37 and 38. And that sums to 75. And what is Lucifer in the Hebrew?
75, yeah. And history repeats itself as 75. So,
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And then those two, that image for rhenium, what is that? That looks like the infinity sign almost, right? It's
it does.
Two circles. Okay. Yep. So I got the idea. Where does 00 fall in pi at?
Oh, yeah. Good one.
Where that falls in at pi at 307 and 308. Okay. Like 37 and 38.
I love it. I love it.
Okay. And those sum to 615. If you were to just get creative, add 615 and 75, you get 690 there.
Yeah.
But where this gets even better is Azrael in Hebrew equals 308. Okay. And then we're going back to radon with the atomic weight of 222. Add 86 and 222, you get 308.
Yep.
And I don't know if you're familiar with this gentleman, Douglas Vogt, with the Diehold Foundation. I've followed his work for quite some time, and his work is similar or at least this 2046 prediction that he has for a geomagnetic reversal.
Yeah, I've watched some of his. Yeah, yep.
Okay, well, the specific date intervals, the year interval that he mentioned specifically where he had found us in the Torah was 12,068 years. And guess where 12,068 falls in pi? 308, 803. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So that 308 keeps coming up 38. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's hard to appreciate without imagery, but yeah, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, all these religious texts, they're almanacs, so it's quite interesting.
Yeah, man, those are all amazing connections. Ethan, thank you so much for sharing some of those gems for the world to listen to. So again, Ethan's channel is Total Recode, RECODE, Total Recode. Maybe we need to get a video posted. Ethan, if you would, just copy and paste one of your videos in the chat box, and then people can just click on that and they'll go right to your channel. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
And just to be transparent, I doubt you intended for, the syncs with the 50th episode on this particular day.
No, I didn't.
Asking that question.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, man, totally interesting. Thanks for sharing some of your truth bombs, man. I appreciate you. I think I really look up to you and your decodes. You got one hell of a mind. You were born to do this as well, so you're greatly appreciated.
I wouldn't be here without you, partner.
Well, likewise. Well, same here, right? We're just decoding ourselves home. So it's great to join forces with other people that are like-minded. So appreciate you, brother, very, very much. Sending you a lot. Are you still in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I am.
Nice. Cool. All right. Well, enjoy Tennessee, brother. It's always nice to hear from you. Look forward to hearing from you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who else we got? We got
Logan.
Thanks, brother. Much love to you, man. Who else? You too, bro. Yep. Michael K, I think we have. I'll take Michael K, and then we'll get to some more of these questions in the chat room. Michael, go ahead. Michael K, go ahead. Unmute yourself. You're on the dance floor. Where are you calling from? Michael K, go ahead, brother. The Wolf. Maybe you just don't have your audio set up. Okay. Well, we'll wait until you get your audio set up. Let me see. Yeah, we still can't hear you, but just start speaking when you start speaking, brother. I'm going to go back to some of these questions in the chat room.
Hello.
There we go. Michael K. Go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Where are you calling from?
Awesome, Logan. I'm calling from Toronto, Canada.
Oh, Canadians in the house. I love it.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
beautiful.
Yes,
love you all, you Canadians.
Yes, much love, much love. Thanks for having me here. Actually.
Yeah, you're welcome. What's your question, brother?
My question is, how do we break cycles?
Just let them happen. I'm assuming a cycle in your personal life?
Yes, it's a personal kind of cycle that's been going on since I was a kid. Unfortunately, it has to do with relationships. My first relationship, I really fell in love with this girl, and she ended up hurting me. And what happened as my life unfolded is I repeated what she had done to me with every single partner, and I haven't been able to break that cycle.
Okay. So okay, cool. Thanks for being authentic and being vulnerable here. So like, what's the trigger for you? Like, you go out there and you look for a partner. What are you looking for? What, I mean, I know you're not, I don't want you to say what's happening, but there's got to be some origin to the trigger. And that's what you keep bringing into the baggage into your next cycle, right? So like, you gotta locate it.
Yes. Yes.
Have you located it?
Initially, what happened is that she left me for somebody else, and I've been doing that to every single partner in my life. I've been leaving them for somebody else.
Okay.
At some point in a relationship, like a year in, 2 years in, I would just get my stuff and go.
Okay. And so like, have you even thought about like, say, hey, wait a minute, I'm put the brakes on here? Have you been consciously in the moment of like, well, you got to, like the day you walk out, are you in the moment of the now moment? You'd be like, oh, here's that pattern again. Are you thinking in that space?
Yes, I'm conscious of it, but it's such a hard pull that it's hard to kind of control it. You know, it's very out of control.
Right. Okay. I'm pulling up cards of leaving the 8 of Cups. I'm pulling up the Page of Cups reversed, so I can see that pattern in your life. So it originated with this person. Is there any kind of resentment, anger towards the first person that walked away from you?
Not really. I've forgiven her.
Have you talked to her?
She's a part of my life, directly and indirectly. She's become a part of family now.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she's married to my brother. So.
Oh wow, wow. Okay, so does it? And thanks for sharing that. I mean, can you be authentic here? Does that affect you? Does that hurt you? Does that make you angry?
Yeah. Yes and no.
Okay,
because
so
I still don't have that trust for her.
Yeah. See, I just pulled this. You're still wallowing in sadness. If you're looking at my screen right here, this is the card I pulled when I asked you that question. This is the 5 of Cups. See, you're looking at the cups spilled in front of you, and you got 2 cups behind you. You got to make the decision. You got to walk away. You got to let go. You got to forgive. You got to go to your brother and your ex and say, hey, you know what, you guys are. See, the thing about it is, Michael, is that everything happening in your life and their life is supposed to happen. So if you can just focus on that, like this was supposed to happen. Like they were supposed to be together. Maybe you were the bridge to bring them together. And you should just go make peace with that, because this is the card I pulled. The reason why you're stuck is because you can't see behind you. You're not interested in looking behind you. You're focused on you still have a connection to this girl and now to your brother because it's blood. I mean, if it was me, can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
Go tell them how you feel.
Wow.
Yeah, right? That's freaking whoo. Talk about being vulnerable and like really opening up and telling them exactly what you told everybody here in this chat. Tell them how you feel and be like, listen, I gotta let this shit go, but I wish you guys the best. This is what I would do. I'd be like, you know what? I was the bridge. Is your brother happy?
Yes.
Okay, well then that's the fuel right there. See, if you love your brother, then you would be like, you know what? I was a part of your happiness because probably the reason why you met this girl is because of me.
That's true. She's also a Scorpio, and I'm a Scorpio myself.
Okay.
And I guess it's a sign of betrayal, if you shall put it that way. And I guess that first betrayal when I was a kid kind of just stuck with me. So.
Gotcha. What's your just month and day? What's your birthday?
November 20th.
November 20th. Okay, so you got the King of Hearts. So you're the King of Love, man. So it hurts.
Yes.
You got the King of Hearts, which is the card of light. So it hurts. You got to make peace with that, brother. You like I had posted in my in the beginning of this. Go look in the mirror. That's your competition. It's not her. It's not your brother. It's you. You're in your own way. I mean, you're focusing on the sadness. So I would go have a sit down with them, be very vulnerable, be very authentic, and just be like, you know what, this is what I've been feeling, and I want to get rid of it. And maybe they'll just say something to you, and that will be it for you to be free. But you won't know until you actually sit down and have that conversation, and it'll probably pain you to do it. You know, Scorpios, you go in, you know, like Scorpios, very secretive life, right? Like I'm a Scorpio rising in the Western. You hold secrets, very secretive, put skeletons in the closet, don't want anybody to see your vulnerability. So for you to come out and bring that out would be probably very challenging, but I can tell you, it will probably set you over the edge to get rid of that depression, anxiety, whatever you're feeling, and it will allow you to transmute the energy and now look at a brand new relationship without having this thing holding you over your back.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Good. Appreciate it.
Yeah, keep me posted on what's going on with you, man. That's what I would do if you're open to suggestions.
And maybe I'll see you in Mexico.
Beautiful. Yeah, man. Awesome. All right, Michael, thanks for calling in. I appreciate you, man. Much love to you.
All right, love you.
Okay,
Much
brother.
love.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to end this Zoom. We have nobody else in here, so I'm going to end the Zoom for now. And I'm going to get back to some of your questions. So that was awesome. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the thing. When you're a Scorpio, like if you know a Scorpio, if you have Scorpio in your charts, if you have planets in your Scorpio, you know, you're going to have some kind of secretiveness to you. You're not going to want to tell people some stuff. Always mysterious. And if you know, see, this is the advantage of decoding is you look at someone's chart and you be like, man, they got a lot of Scorpio there. So you know automatically that it's pretty much a gimme, not all the time, but it is pretty much a gimme they are going to be not telling you how they feel. There's going to be some secrets. And so what would you want to do when you meet a Scorpio who wants to be secretive? You freaking tell them everything. That's their move. Their move is like, I'm not going to. And so you're like, you know what? I know you're a Scorpio. I know you're going to hold on to shit. But if you're all in my relationship with me, just tell me everything. See, people don't go all in, so they don't tell everybody everything. Tell them everything. That's the advantage of knowing this code. Scorpio, you know, you're protective, secretive, and then you have that stinger. Like, oh, you want to screw me over? So you may be somebody who tries to get even, try to even the score. That's not going to help you out. It's going to keep you in the acidic realms. But if you're going to be with a Scorpio, you're gonna marry a Scorpio. Maybe some of you have a Scorpio as a partner. Are you very communicative in your? I mean, everybody should be anyway. But Scorpios, I mean, I would be like, hey, I know you're a Scorpio, and I know you keep secrets. So what do we got to get out in the open here? Because I'm your partner. You should be telling me everything. I want to know everything about you. Don't worry, I'm not gonna screw you over. And you know. Folks, this is why decoding you and your partner, like, are you meant to be together? Is this the relationship? If you can say honestly and authentically, this person does it for me. Like, this person makes me get out of bed. This person does it for me. Okay, great. So if you've established that as your foundation, and then you look at the astrological positions, and then you have the conversation with your partner, be like, oh, okay, you got Scorpio here. Like, okay, you hold on to some secrets. That's what, you can open up to me. It's okay. Because you're in this. We're in the hoop. We're in the circle. We're both in. We're all in. Scorpios, they hold on. They don't want to get hurt. So maybe you attract that. Maybe you attracted hurt from a past life. It may be karmic for Michael. It may be karmic from a past life if you believe in that. Like, you carried it over from a past life. And you instantly and automatically infused and integrated with your avatar with that sign, and you instantly, in your first relationship, you may be wearing karma off. So you can't leave any of this stuff out. Like, this hurt you're feeling and not being able to move on. You incarnated with it. It was this experience. Like I said, there are no accidents. Everything happens because it's supposed to happen. It's just then, maybe through free will, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Just forget about free will and programming and being used just for 1 minute. Just say, okay, well, what do you want? Like, be a kid again. What do you want to be when you grow up? What kind of relationship do you want to have? Well, I want to have one where they trust me and they're not going to walk out. And there's no guarantee that you're going to get that. Because if you believe in karma and you believe in past life stuff, you may have to wear another relationship off where someone else cheats on you in your next relationship. You don't know this. You don't know if you're going to get cheated on in your next relationship. You can't guarantee it because you're not that other person. So the only thing you can do is raise your frequency, raise your consciousness as high as you possibly can get it. And then you put yourself out there, and you got to do the shadow work. So that way, when you move into the next relationship, you're not dragging a bunch of luggage with you. Because essentially, it's the kind of the joke, right? You show up. You show up to move in. Like you decide to move in with your partner. And you show up at the house, and there's all your exes with you. We're here. You're like, what do you mean we're here? Yeah, well, it's me and everybody else. Because they're all with you still. Because you haven't forgiven, you haven't let go. So you end up dragging this entourage of exes with you into your next relationship. It's not fair to the other person. So we remember, this is your movie, folks. Michael, this is your movie. It's not hers, it's not your brother's, it's your movie. But again, I look at everything happening for a reason, and like I had mentioned to Michael, you could have been the bridge. Your brother's happiness was through you. You're kind of the catalyst for that. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, it sucks for you at some point, yes, but when are you going to let that go? And, All right. Let's get back to some of your questions. I'm going to end this soon because I got to use the bathroom and I don't want to stop and Bobby's got Neptune. Bobby, if you got Neptune and Scorpio, that's like the secret in secrets. The secret within the secret. That's pretty funny. See, that's the thing. I see people, I see Ben saying, I've never trusted Scorpio. So like, again, if we create the foundation of your life is scripted, you're following a screenplay, right? And everything happening in your life is supposed to happen. Everybody that you've been with in your past, you were supposed to be with. If you have adopted that as your truth, not saying you would or you will or you have, but if you are somebody who has done that, like if you've decoded your exes and like, holy shit, we had, there's the card. If you study the cards and you start to see it, and it's kind of undeniable. It should get exciting for you at this point in this stage of the game. Like, I'm single right now and I'm ready to go out there and look for a new partner. It's like, falling in love, obviously, and that first kiss and making love and holding hands, and that honeymoon stage is the most exciting time of relationships. That's a no-brainer. And that you could still walk into a brand new relationship and experience all those things, even if you're damaged. Because what ends up happening for most of you is you enter into this relationship that's brand new and you forget all about your past. You don't look for signs of cheating. You don't look for signs of abuse because you're too in the childlike state of magic, the honeymoon stage, where you'll be late for work every single day for the next week, where you'll call in sick once a month for the next 6 months. You'll do the craziest shit when you fall in love. And you're in the honeymoon stage. And you seemingly are this child again. And all the things that you were programmed with, they simply just melt away. But then, once you get established and the newness wears off and the shiny new toy ain't shiny so much, all of a sudden, the shadow stuff that you haven't dealt with, it all of a sudden starts to creep in. And now you start to attach it to this person, and it's not fair to them. And I know you could even get into the aspects of like, well, if that was supposed to happen, then I was supposed to drag it in and label them and et cetera. Well, maybe. Some of you, I believe, you incarnated to be these destroyers in people's lives. Like you actually were the disruptor. You were the Pluto in their life. Like you come into the relationship or you come into their life to completely destroy their ego. Like to completely destroy because they deserved it. Meaning like you came in and they were all into you. and you had this huge connection, and all of a sudden you pull the plug one day and you walk away and you completely crush them. But it was in the karmic code for that to happen. You were going to be this Pluto disruptor. And they may have had some karma with you. Like maybe you did that to them in the past life. And now the tides are turned. That's why it's so important, programmed or not, scripted or not, to making sure you are doing things to check the things off the box. Level up, level up, level up. Service to others, letting be people. Let people do them. Let people do them. Let study. And how do you let people do them? Study them. Study their code. And when you do that, you refine yourself, you refine yourself, you refine yourself. And then you can just look and observe somebody and be like, shit, man, you got this, you got the moon here, Scorpio, you got sun, you got, now I can start, now I see you. And it's just so much easier to understand people than just going into it like, hey, I'm a programmed individual. I've been hurt. I've been cheated on 1,000,000 times. I'm going to go into this relationship and I'm going to probably attract somebody who's a cheater. Because I haven't let go of that. Ben says, I study people by watching them out windows. You get the binoculars too? Great point. Maya says the past does not apply to a new person. That's a really good point. All right, so I'm going to wind down to this transmission now. Let's get into the collective card pull and call it a night. I got to still eat, and what is it, 12:40 here, so let's see what we got here for everybody. This is going to be a collective card pull. Let's see what we can come up with for energy tonight with the amazing tarot. We have a new moon. So funny, we pulled this card's tied to the moon. New moon is, the seed, the new seed. The new seed is born. The brand, it's the birth of a new cycle tonight. Let me just check some. Let me check the sidereal. Hang on a sec, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what we got here. Let's see what we got. It's 22nd now, so 12:40. I'll do it right now at the exact time. So we have the moon in sidereal. We have the moon in the 22nd nakshatra with the sign of Capricorn. So we have a Capricorn Aquarius moon. See, if you're an advanced astrologer, your advanced ways of thinking, where's the new moon? Capricorn and Aquarius. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's typically always going to be in two signs. In the tropical, it will be in the precession of the equinoxes, in my opinion, the crown, which will be Aquarius new moon, and then in the sidereal Vedic, it's going to be in the root, which is the sign of Capricorn. And we have the nakshatra, the 22nd nakshatra. And the 22nd is tied to the Fool, right? Not only a new moon, but a new moon in the Fool, a new moon in giving birth to something brand new. That's what the new moon means. That's what the new moon means. So let's check it out. Let's see. So we got the moon in Capricorn, and it is at 12 degrees. So 12 degrees is almost the dead center of the 30 degree mark. So the moon is, we can say it's in its prime. It's in its prime through the 22nd nakshatra, tied to the Fool, tied to the Ace of Wands, tied to time. It's a brand new beginning, the magic wand. 43 is the 14th prime number. This moon literally is tied to the new Hollywood movie. It really is. which I got coming. Hollywood's 43. 43 is the 14th prime. And the 14th card is the Ace of Clubs, which is the Ace of Wands, which is tied to this this moon right now in the 22nd Nakshatra. So we have a Capricorn Aquarius moon. Let's just see. We're going to split these 3 times here. Okay, so the deck's shuffled. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to check out the tarot here. We're going to see this new moon. What's the new moon bringing? The new moon in Capricorn/Aquarius. What's it bringing? Well, Capricorn representing the earth, the cornucopia, grounding, and then Aquarius, of course, air and fixed. So we have earth and air together. Very cold, earth and air is. So it's a very contracting kind of energy. Typically. I mean, if you're in the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to be very expansive because it's going to be summertime down there in Aussie land. Well, the fall anyway. No, it's going to be the summer. Yeah, it's summertime in the Tropic of Capricorn. So we're always going to have the yin yang going on right now, but this is a new moon in Capricorn/Aquarius. So let's see what the tarot is going to say about this. What do we have to look forward to? Like, what is this new moon going to bring us? Look at the bottom of the deck, the middle of the deck, the top of the deck, and we may pull one extra card. So let's take a look. I'm not going to do any like waiting and stuff like that. I'm going to rush this one here a little bit. Not rushing it, but all right. So we're going to pick up the deck, and we're going to look at the bottom of the deck, and we have the 10 of Wands, card number 31 or card number 32. I mean, this is the 10 of Clubs tied to the 23, tied to the pineal gland. And we're also tied to, basically taking the world upon your shoulders. So this new moon in Capricorn/Aquarius, we have earth and air. It's literally like, okay, well, we got a lot of responsibility coming our way. And you know what the responsibility, don't try to deflect. The responsibility is on your ass and mine. So we got the new moon's bringing in a lot of responsibility here. And then now we're going to pull the middle of the deck, and then we're going to pull the top. So we're going to switch, and now I'm going to get almost to the middle as I possibly can here. And right there looks good, and we'll just slide that up. And what do we have? We have the Magician. Okay, so we have the Magician now. So an amazing start to this. I mean, a lot of people, they look at the 10 of Wands, and it's like, taking the world upon your shoulders, but you can do this. This person is still standing. They're not bandaged up. There's no blood there. And it's the 10 of Wands, the 10 of Clubs, card 31. And this is tied to light. Light coming down to play the game of life. The Ride or Die. This is tied to Ride or Die. Ride or Die is 31. This is the 31st card in the deck. This is life. What's your ride or die? Life is your ride or die. You ride until you die. Life. And then in the middle, we have the Magician. So we have light taking onto the world upon its shoulders, and then we have the Magician. And this is going to be a lot of Aries energy, right? Mars, the masculine drive. So we have taking the world upon our shoulders. This is everybody. This new moon energy in Capricorn Aquarius. This healing center that just opened tonight here in Puerto Morelos. I talked about Radiant. Well, they opened up the center. What do you think happens when you open up a business? Now you have the world that you have to take upon your shoulders, but you're spinning your magic now. Now you're throwing your magic on the world stage. It's an Aries energy, which is ruled by Mars. We're now going into war, not a war against people, but we're going into testosterone. We're going into a masculine drive of war with this Mars energy here and this Magician with the infinity symbol over its head. And then we have the last card at the top here, at the top of the deck. We're just going to slide it up and reveal that card. And we have the Queen of Swords. We had this queen last week, I believe, or the week before. She came up again. So this is the Trinity we have right here. These three. And the Queen of Swords is card number 63 or card number 64. 63 is tied to the element copper and europium, which is the operating system. So what I see is we have a brand new moon coming in, and we have new magic coming in, and we have a new operating system coming in. I mean, that's kind of really basic aspect. But the Queen of Swords here represents taking no shit, taking no prisoners. This is going to be tied to the 51. 51's tied to the implant in your brain. The moon is tied to your brain. In Vedic astrology, the moon is the most important celestial, representing your emotions. Moon is 23, pineal is 23 in numerology. So is Mercury too. But moon running your emotions. So I think we have a beautiful new moon coming in with, we have taking the world upon our shoulders, spinning new magic and cutting through the crap. And this is what you got to do on a personal level. You have to take the world upon your shoulders. It's up to you to do it, not try to pass the buck. Stop paying attention to the mainstream. Take all that energy, put it on your utopia or whatever it is you want to create in the world stage, and then start to sling your magic. And do it with no nonsense. The Queen of Swords. No nonsense. New operating system for each and every one of you. Let's just get one more card. I'm going to shuffle these. Let's just get one more card for this tarot reading for the collective consciousness here. Like, what do we got to look forward to with this new moon? We had taken the world upon our shoulders in this Capricorn Aquarius moon, this new moon, new energy. We got the Magician, new magic coming in, brand new, unadulterated new magic. And then at the very top, we have a no nonsense, cut through the bullshit kind of magic. Direct, blunt Queen of Swords. Through the operating system. Brand new operating system coming in. And let's clarify that. The last card we're going to pull it right from the middle of the deck. So let's do that. So we're going to pull it right from the middle. Slide it up. And we get the Three of Swords. So the Three of Swords, typically people, oh shit, what's going, uh-oh. This card right here is tied to the Truman Show. So yeah, it can represent heartbreak for sure. This is the game of life. This is card number 53. Tied to iodine, the I am that I am. Spirit coming down to become man or woman. But it's the Three of Spades. The Three of Spades is tied to the number 42. You know what the number 42 is tied to? Life, the universe, everything. So it doesn't, when you read these, you got to look past the symbolism and so this is like typically, oh shit, you got heartbreak coming in. It could also mean you have heartbreak coming into your life right now. The world could have a lot of heartbreak right now. This could mean the loss of lives. A lot of people could drop dead. Who knows? I'm just being very abstract here. What does this new moon mean? Well, again, we have the world taken upon our shoulders in the 10 of clubs, 10 of wands. We have the Magician, new magic coming in with a Capricorn Aquarius energy, and then the Queen of Swords cutting through the bullshit. And then I would read this as, a brand new game. This is the game of life. Card 53. Let me just get one more. Let's get the clarification on this Three of Swords. What does that Three of Swords mean? Let's shuffle the cards. I'm going to do one more. One more. Let's do it. One more. So this may be, ladies and gentlemen, I kind of am picking up, this could also mean you got to heal your heart with magic, with this new moon coming in. We did a lot about this tonight. Some of you called in and a lot of you resonate with my message. A lot of you need to do some healing, some personal healing, patching up some areas in your life. And with this, you taking the world, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a burden. The 10 of Swords can mean that it's going to be a burden for you to do this. This is a new moon now, new seed. Planting a new seed, it could be a burden with this 10 of wands. It could be a challenge. You could be like, oh shit, I don't want to do that. If your voice is like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, think of the worst thing that you could possibly do that's going to cause the most pain. Some of you need to forgive your mom or dad or your brother or sister or your ex or something. Just forgive them. And you don't want to do it, but you have all the new moon magic. You have magic coming in. And then the Queen of Swords is like, we're just going to cut through the bullshit. Like, here's my apology, or hey, here's this, or here's that. And maybe you need to wound a pierced heart for some of you. But let's get clarification. For some of you, this is general here. Let's do another card in the middle here. Clarifying the 3 of spades, 3 of swords. What do we got here for the average here? Well, yeah, the page, card number 33. This is tied to the number 33. 33 is tied to you. It's the trinity inside of you, the pulse of light and the 2 electromagnetic waves causing the 3. This is you going out on an adventure, going out on a limb. You know, like the page is going to just go out. It's the card of the adventurer. So we have healing this past energy, and then now you're free. That's how I see it. It may be a burden through the 10 of swords. Let me get these 3 cards again. 4 cards. See if I can make heads or tails. Again, this is general, so I can't say this is going to be exact for all of you. But this is tied to the moon. We were asking about the moon in Capricorn. 22 degrees, this is the Fool now. How do you create the Fool energy? How do you get to this Fool energy? Or and in this case, it could be the Ace of Clubs, which is the new Hollywood. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. And this has to be generalized because I don't know. So the first card we got was the 10 of Wands. So this means it could be a burden. It could be something for you personally that like you don't want to do it. Like, oh God, I don't want to do that. But it's a new moon. So the new moon means new seed, a new start. But you're dreading it. Maybe it's something you keep procrastinating. But then the second card that came up was the Magician. So you have all the unlimited power of the Magician, that your Aries testosterone, the drive, your Mars energy. You could do it. You can do it. You can do it. And then at the end, we had the Queen of Swords. She cuts through all the crap. The operating system. She cuts through all the crap. So there's your Trinity right there, the cards. And then at the end, we got the 3 of Swords. So it could mean that the burden that you don't want to do, but you have all the ability to do it, to cut through the crap, to mend and heal, whatever it is you need to mend and heal. And then once you do that, you're now free. This Page of Wands, him or her, free. I'm free. I'm free. I mean, the moon's in chakra number 22. 22 can be the Fool. So be this. We're talking about new. Be the Fool. Free yourself. And if you don't take the Fool as the 22nd card, you're going to move in the Ace of Wands. You know what this is? This is Hollywood. You see him holding onto the magic stick? This is Hollywood right here. Right here. It's tied to Hollywood. Straight up. Here's the Hollywood with the hand. This is you creating a brand new movie. You got the magic wand and you say, abracadabra. And for many of you, I think it's healing. Like, what do you got to heal? What do you got to let go of? Who do you have to forgive? New moon, baby. It's either Capricorn or Aquarius. It's either going to be something grounded in your life or something in the mental realm, some idea you got to let go of. That's just like it's stupid. Like it's just an idea you keep playing out in your mind. It's just a scenario that hasn't even come to fruition. And once you get rid of this, you become the Page of Wands. You become free to go on an adventure. This person right here is the adventure. It's like, I'm ready to roll. I got one stick in my hand. It's the minimalist. You're free. I'm free. And that moon is in the Fool position. And the Fool, it has the magic stick to say abracadabra. All of you have the magic stick in your hand. And I would bet that the majority of you have some of this you need to get rid of. What is it in your life that's causing you heartache? What is it happening in your life that's causing your game of life to be kind of like on the low side? That's kind of the message I got for all of you here with this new moon in Capricorn / Aquarius. I think it's a beautiful message. I think that really will resonate with the majority of you. But this is what you want. Go study the Page of Wands. If you want to know the message, this is it. This is what you'll get as a reward, as your payoff, if you're willing to let go and to move on. and to get rid of that. What do you got to get rid of? What do you got to slice and dice out of your life? What toxicity you got to cut out of your life? Like Oscar Wilde said, hell is holding on, heaven is letting go. What do you got to let go of to create your heaven? And once you do that, then this Page of Wands will say, hey, all right, I'm ready to go on the adventure. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go on the adventure. And now you move into this. The moon is right here with the Fool and the Ace of Wands. This card right here, man, is the magic stick. The love doctor, baby. As you're now ready to say abracadabra. See, a lot of you can't say abracadabra because you haven't done this yet. You haven't gotten rid of that. You got the Queen of Swords, man, right here to carry you along the way, to cut through the bullshit in your life. Go study the Queen of Wands. See what kind of energy she gives you. But again, a lot of you starting out, you're just whatever is going to cause you the most fear and is going to give you the most weight of the burden right there. That's the energy. Like, you dreading it. Hey man, the cycles of the moon right now. It's time to move. It's time to free yourself. You want to lighten your load. The message I get, lighten your load right now. How do you lighten your load in your life? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a wrap for What's Your Question number 50, Cinquentia. I mean, 50 is the King of Cups, King of Love. This is tied to light. I just came out with my Ride the Light. Please go check out my Ride the Light Decoded. I promise you'll be like in heaven with the gem drops in there. I was making it. Like the source code, the universe that was delivering these messages to me, I was in heaven making it. It was so gratifying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to throw them on again to remind you, you're in a simulation. And let's find my song here. Where the hell is it? I can't even, oh, there it is. All right. So we're going to end it right where we started it. The great Corey Hart from Canada. Big shout out to Canada tonight. We have a few from Canada. Sunglasses at night. This means the simulation. You're in a freaking movie. So go be the star in your own movie instead of being the extra in somebody else's. Go patch up your rough patches, et cetera, et cetera. Go after what you want. Go get it. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, et cetera, et cetera. So ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. My name's Logan. What's Your Question 50 in the books. Until next time, we will see you later.